Talks Tea, where we dive into authentic conversations about ourselves and our community, exploring topics that uplift and inspire us, from personal growth to social change. So grab your teacup and get ready to join the conversation. Good afternoon, sippers. We're on our first day of Diddy's trial. Where are we with the jurors? We know that all 12 have now been selected, right? So I want to first thank everybody over on Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube for sipping tea with Tanisha. Today we're on our first Diddy trial of the sex trafficking charges and everything else, girl. It's like a slew of shit, right? So we're just gonna jump right on in it and see what's all to be sipped about Diddy's first day of trial. Like, does anybody know the races of the jurors? I do know that there are 8 men and 4 women. I just don't know if they're black or white, Asian, Caucasian, Mexican, European, French, Spaniard, I don't know. So if anybody knows what the races of the jurors are, can you please drop that in the chat? Also, please remember to like, subscribe, and drop your teacups as well. So I'm going to see if I can find what the races of the jurors are for Diddy's trial. If you guys know, please be some teacups and spill that in the chat, please. What are the races of the jurors in the Diddy trial? Who knows? Okay, we know that it's mostly male, and there are a few hip hop fans. This is according to MSN, Business Insider. So the jury for Sean Puffy Combs is mostly male. There are some hip hop heads on the trial or the juror. There are 8 men and 4 women. They said that they listen to R&B and or hip hop. These New Yorkers are among the 8 men, 4 women panel of jurors, a scientist, a massage therapist, and a deli clerk. Okay. Who are set to determine Sean Diddy Combs' fate in his criminal sex trafficking case. Combs, the hip-hop mogul and businessman, who was once on the cusp of becoming a billionaire, I believe he was a billionaire in some essence of time, faces up to life in prison if convicted at trial of all the charges against him. So the 12 jurors plus 6 alternates were seated on Monday today following a jury selection process that unfolded over a week in a Manhattan federal courtroom. 4 of the jurors plus 6 selected for the trial, which is expected to run about 2 months, said during the process, known as voir dire, that they liked hip hop or R&B music. So they've been selected. There are 8 men, 4 women. One of them is a 30-year-old woman from the Bronx, who works in the deli counter at the grocery chain Grissetti's, said that her mother was arrested and convicted over 20 years ago for stealing money from a bank. Okay. She worked in the bank and they caught her and she got arrested. She previously told the court. Okay. All right. Another juror, a retired 68-year-old man from Westchester, wrote in his jury questionnaire that he had viewed the infamous security camera footage in which Combs appears to be Cassie Ventura, an R&B singer who was his girlfriend at the time. Ventura is the prosecution's key witness. Like I said, sippers, nobody, you're not going to find nobody that hasn't saw the camera footage of Combs beating Cassie. I saw it 10 times just this morning, watching it all over the news coverage, right? So, and Ventura, Cassie, is the prosecution's key witness, and jurors are expected to be shown that footage at the trial among other graphic videos. Okay, so my bad, y'all. I'm not even sharing my screen with my people. 1 second. I'm so sorry. Ugh. Okay, now you guys can see my screen. All right, let's continue reading. So, amongst other graphic videos. So, like we all know, like you have to have some type of very fuck-wittable evidence for the feds to give you fed time. There's usually video, audio. You can't just testify against somebody, and because most people like Diddy, you can't just testify. You just can't say Diddy did something. Diddy is way too powerful and influential, and backed by a lot of popular demand for you to just say, "Oh, Diddy ate me." Okay, Diddy ate me, and you lock Diddy up for the rest of his life in a federal penitentiary. Okay, you have to have some type of very fuck-wittable evidence, some very stickable evidence, okay, believable evidence. So the feds usually come with, audio, la da da. So, of course, with key witnesses, things like that. So yes, that's where Cassie's gonna play, the biggest role. Oh, this damn train. Okay, so anyway, that juror also said that he had a problem viewing graphic videos showing violence, but would force himself to watch if needed. I don't know if this is going to be a good juror for Diddy. I just don't. I don't see it. I don't think that he's gonna, take any of the evidence entered by the prosecution lightly, at all. You know what I'm saying? I think he's gonna take it very hard and be very critical of Diddy, because he's saying he has a problem viewing graphic videos showing violence, but would force himself to watch if needed. That's like me saying, I have a problem. Like, I don't really like watching horror. I don't, but I will force myself to watch it if I think it might be a good, scary watch, and whatever have you. But I don't necessarily like them. Like, I kind of have a problem with a lot of them. So I don't think that that's going to be a good juror for Diddy. I wouldn't be biased, he goes on to say, and to be honest, I'd have to make myself look at it, said the man who worked for Verizon for 40 years. Okay. So like a lot of these people are like everyday comers and goers. They're not like other professional businessmen of Diddy's colleagues. Okay. I haven't seen one person yet that's even a millionaire that's going to be testifying, that's going to be on the juror panel for Diddy. Okay. At the end of the jury selection, Combs' defense attorney, Mark Agnifilo, said prosecutors had used their preemptory strikes to unfairly keep Black members out of the jury. Ooh. So that's going to answer a lot of questions for us sippers about what are the races of the jurors for Diddy, because right now we really don't know what's going on inside that courtroom. A couple of people are using AI to speculate, and I don't want that. I want to know. I want to talk real tea. I want to only sip real tea, right? Ever. So not for nothing. That just told us a lot, though. Okay, that told us a lot. So let's continue to read on and see if we can't get more tea out of this. So He previously argued that the Justice Department had targeted Combs because of his race. By our count, the government struck 7 Black people, which we believe amounts to a pattern, Agnifilo told the judge. The prosecutor, Maureen Comey, detailed the reasons she struck each juror, making the case for each one. One attended the same high school as Combs, making him susceptible to unconscious bias. Right? Okay. You don't know, she might have wanted to be with that nigga back in the day or something. You don't know. And now she's like, oh, Combs. Be fanning out. We don't need her. Another talked about how some accusers would jump on a bandwagon, okay, to accuse famous people of abuse, making it possible she'd be biased against victims, okay? Comey said. The judge ultimately ruled that Combs' legal team couldn't prove prosecutors tried to exclude jurors based on race. So, okay. And that gives us a lot, though. They already, they came up with the jurors. There's 12 selected and 6 that are standbys, right? So, from what I'm understanding, there aren't too many African-American people on the juror. Okay, on the jurors team. Stand. So, whatever. Jurors booth. Where they sit at. Okay. Meanwhile, Combs' family members, including his children and mother, filled 2 rows of benches in the courtroom on Monday. They were seated behind the defense table where Combs sat wearing a light-colored sweater and eyeglasses. Now, when y'all have known Diddy to wear some goddamn eyeglasses, if you know and can show, drop a picture. If you can drop pictures in our chats, I don't know. Email me a picture of Diddy with some regular glasses on. Because I've never seen Diddy wear any type of prescriptions. At times, he blew kisses to his family. How sweet. Combs was arrested and indicted in September on federal charges of racketeering, conspiracy, sex trafficking, and transportation to engage in prostitution. He has strongly denied all charges and all allegations of sexual abuse. Prosecutors allege that for decades, Combs led a criminal enterprise that involved the sex trafficking of women, Ventura, and an anonymous Jane Doe. Now, I'm also understanding, Sippers, that they're going to allow 4 testimonies from supposed alleged victims, okay? We already know the identity of one, which would be Cassie, right? But the rest of the girls, and I think it might be a man, they're going to be behind the blur. Like, they're going to be able to testify against Diddy from behind a curtain. Okay, their identities will be remain sealed, remain, unidentifiable by Diddy in case of any type of retaliation against these does. Combs is 55, is also accused of coercing these women plus another 2 into sex through a pattern of threats. Sorry, guys, my clam chowder is trying to come up. Excuse me. Into sex through a pattern of threats and violence. At the core of the Combs indictment are allegations that the I'll Be Missing You rapper organized elaborate sex encounters that he called freakouts. In court papers, prosecutors described the events as days-long, drug-fueled sex performances that Combs directed and often recorded. So I hope they have some of these recordings. Now, I also know that TMZ has said Mr. Harvey Levin talked about how he saw a video of Diddy, and Diddy was not violently coercing people to do anything. He was more of the Pied Piper person that was instructing, and like orchestrating, leading the band type thing, but it wasn't as if the people were not wanting to go along with what he wanted them to do. Okay. So I heard that on TMC, and that they saw a video got leaked, and that's what they saw. It was very nasty, but nonetheless, it wasn't criminal. So I'm very intrigued to see not necessarily see, but hear if they got some evidence that could be tangible evidence. You know what I'm saying? Not just word of mouth. Over the course of the trial, jurors are said to be shown hours of graphic sex video. Oh, Lordy, Lordy, Lordy. That prosecutors said Combs recorded over the year. Oh, they got it, girl. They got it, girl. You got it, girl. Including footage prosecutors allege was taken without his accuser's consent. Lordy, Lordy. Now, this is the evidence that I'm talking about. Okay? That's how you incriminate someone. That's how you, you know what I'm saying? Like, indict someone, rather. That's how you indict them. Okay? That's how you get somebody on a federal RICO charge. Evidence. Real evidence. Some of the footage depicts Combs' freak-offs. My. My goodness gracious. It's going down. Okay? It's going down. Let's go ahead and jump on over to some live footage. And I really want to thank everybody for sipping tea with Tanisha today. We're on the first day of the Diddy trial. The Diddy trial has begun. I hope all of you are having a blessed day, being safe. I hope your Mother's Day was very loving in all aspects. I hope you guys weren't sad. And, you know, I'm also a person that no longer has their mother in the physical form, but I have her in the spirit, okay? So I'm doing my best. It's been like 12 years since my mother, no, it's been like 14 years since my mother died. And I'm, you know, just doing my best to you know, have a better, a happier existence around these times of years. Okay, girl. So, where was I sipping tea? Hold on, let me see. Earlier from Diddy. Right here. It was right here. So we're gonna pay some homage to Law and Order. I'm gonna get, because a lot of people have just been watching the courthouse for hours and hours. Like, you're not gonna see Diddy walk out of there. What are you waiting on? Are y'all waiting on somebody to come out the courthouse? What did I miss? But anyway, you know, just to be nosy, want to see the kids and his mama and everybody else, which I might show some of their facial expressions as they walked into the courthouse as well. Let's see. Okay. Let me back it up. So it does appear that they do have some tweets from like somebody sitting around on the inside around the courthouse, inside the courthouse listening. So okay. That's outside the courthouse. Let's get to the meat and potatoes. Girl, I'm not even, hold on. I'm like, where's the coverage at? Stop playing with it. Okay, hold on. Oh, everything. Okay, let me turn it off because I can hear myself. Okay.
Think this case is going to go as
There
we
we go.
lay out what happened.
Now you guys should be able.
Your thoughts on maybe.
Now you guys should be able to hear and see very clearly. We're going to sip some tea from Law and Crime as we usually do because they cover all the best stories and have some of the best tea to sip. Okay, listen in.
Who is winning the day so far? By the way, we have a poll up right now about whether or not Sean Combs will take the stand. Will he testify? What do you think? Took the stand in his last trial all those years ago, but it was a very different kind of case. This is a very different kind of prosecution. Two different narratives today, right? The prosecutor, Emily Johnson, essentially described Combs as a monster, stating that this jury will hear about all kinds of alleged crimes and the team who helped him commit them. The defense, Tenny Garagos, explaining that this case is about love, jealousy, money, and even acknowledging that there are episodes of domestic violence, but it's not sex trafficking, it's not racketeering. So right now I want to bring on Elizabeth Milner, Law and Crimes reporter, who was in that courthouse today for the opening statements, day one. Elizabeth, thank you so much for coming out really quickly to talk about this. So first I want you to set the stage. The whole scene out there. You had almost trouble getting into the courthouse today. Talk to us about what you're seeing.
Oh yeah, I crashed out a little bit this morning, Jesse, thinking I was not about it to get inside that courtroom just because of just how crazy it is. I mean, you can just see the lines just going all the way back with media. It's going all the way back just with the public, just so some people could either, one, watch the trial, get a glimpse of Diddy's family members coming in and outside of the courtroom, and even as well as see as his attorneys, whose members include Brian Steele, Mark Agnifilo, Mark Garagos playing in kind of that defensive advisory type of role. So it's crazy out here, especially, you know, it's Diddy, it's high profile celebrities, it's salacious allegations. Then on top of that, he's facing a lot of time behind bars. So you can understand why so many people of the public wanted to be here and wanted to get here super early so that way they could attend. I even heard somebody was standing in line and was auctioning off how much that they would give to somebody else in line for up to $500, $600. So that's just a lot of people here. Now, as far as who was inside the courtroom today, still is a lot of famous faces, or well, let me not say famous faces, but a lot of people that we are definitely familiar with here at Law and Crime. You have Mark Garagos in the courtroom, Karen Agnifilo, who is the wife of Mark Agnifilo, who's also representing Luigi as well too. You had Little Rod inside the courtroom today, and he's one who had filed one of the many civil claims against Diddy as well too. He came in probably, I would say, maybe a little like 8:30ish, kind of came in with his sunglasses, 2 chains on, as well as his attorney was inside that courtroom as well too. You have all of Diddy's children, with the exception of his youngest daughter, Love, were inside that courtroom. So that includes Quincy Brown, Justin Combs, Christian Combs, Delilah Combs, Chance Combs, Jesse Combs. Chance's mother was inside that courtroom. Diddy's mother was inside that courtroom. The daughter of Diddy's youngest daughter was inside that courtroom. And then you have the twins' caregiver, who is also best friends with Kim Porter as well too. So a lot of people were inside that courtroom as well for just opening statements, just to get this jury selected, because it went down from 43 to 18 today. And so a lot of people were inside that courtroom. It was body to body, and what can you expect? It's Diddy's first day of trial, so this was, you know, just a little bit of what we were expecting today, but it's crazy out here.
And I will encourage everybody to check out what you're posting on X, Twitter. Because earlier today you actually posted that you saw Rodney Little Rod Jones, one of the first people to sue Sean Combs. He was outside the courthouse. We were always expecting who would end up showing up during the course of this trial. Talk to us about the jury. Who is this jury? What can you tell about how they're reacting so far to opening statements? I mean, NBC has reported you have one juror who's a 69-year-old male, another juror who's a 31-year-old male, another one 51-year-old male. You have a 42-year-old female, and they have different numbers to them. But what are you determining based on the jury? What's the makeup, and how are they positioning? How are they reacting to the opening statement so far?
Yeah, well, kind of a hard question to answer, I should say. Just because of where I was sitting inside the gallery, it was really hard to kind of see each and every single one of their faces when both sides were presenting opening statements. But what I did see from being inside that gallery was some people jotting notes, some people just very much intently listening to both Emily Johnson for the prosecution as well as Tony Garagos for the defense. But as far as the makeup goes, I kind of just took their jury numbers and compared them to the notes that I took last week when I was here for jury selection. You have one who's a scientist, one whose brother is a security guard. He knew Diddy was arrested but didn't know the charges. You have one person who's part of a union job. He works for the Department of Corrections. Another person who is now retired but previously used to work at Verizon. You had another person whose friend is a detective, son is a security guard. But, you know, as far as the defense was kind of making their objections today as far as jury selection goes, and, you know, just kind of the objections they made that, you know, the government was striking 7 black jurors, that type of thing. There were still black jurors that are going to be serving on this panel who are going to be making making the decisions going into those deliberations. So from what I saw of the jury makeup as a whole, it really was a diverse group of men and women of all different ages, all different walks of life as well too.
So we hear some commentary in the back right there. Obviously,
do y'all see the man in the back? What is he saying? He said the only thing Sean Combs is guilty of is what, sir?
Today still is a lot of famous faces, or let me not say famous faces, but a lot of people that we are definitely familiar with here at Law and Crime. You have Mark Garagos in the courtroom, Karen Agnifilo, who is the wife of Mark Agnifilo, who's also representing Luigi as well too. You had Little Rod inside the courtroom today, and he's one who had filed one of the many civil claims against Diddy as well too. He came in probably, I would say, maybe a little like 8:30ish, kind of came in with his sunglasses, 2 chains on, as well as his attorney was inside that courtroom as well too. You have all of Diddy's children, with the exception of his youngest daughter, Love, were inside that courtroom. So that includes Quincy Brown, Justin Combs, Christian Combs, Delilah Combs, Chance Combs, Jesse Combs. Chance's mother was inside that courtroom. Diddy's mother was inside that courtroom. The daughter of Diddy's youngest daughter was inside that courtroom. And then you have the twins' caregiver, who is also best friends with Kim Porter as well too. So a lot of people were inside that courtroom as well for just opening statements, just to get this jury selected, because it went down from 43 to 18 today. And so a lot of people were inside that courtroom. It was body to body, and what can you expect? It's Diddy's first day of trial, so this was, you know, just a little bit of what we were expecting today, but it's crazy out here.
And I will encourage everybody to check out what you're posting on X, Twitter. Because earlier today you actually posted that you saw Rodney Little Rod Jones, one of the first people to sue Sean Combs. He was outside the courthouse. We were always expecting who would end up showing up during the course of this trial. Talk to us about the jury. Who is this jury? What can you tell about how they're reacting so far to opening statements? I mean, NBC has reported you have one juror who's a 69-year-old male, another juror who's a 31-year-old male, another one 51-year-old male. You have a 42-year-old female, and they have different numbers to them. But what are you determining based on the jury? What's the makeup, and how are they positioning? How are they reacting to the opening statement so far?
Yeah, well, kind of a hard question to answer, I should say. Just because of where I was sitting inside the gallery, it was really hard to kind of see each and every single one of their faces when both sides were presenting opening statements. But what I did see from being inside that gallery was some people jotting notes, some people just very much intently listening to both Emily Johnson for the prosecution as well as Tony Garagos for the defense. But as far as the makeup goes, I kind of just took their jury numbers and compared them to the notes that I took last week when I was here for jury selection. You have one who's a scientist, one whose brother is a security guard. He knew Diddy was arrested but didn't know the charges. You have one person who's part of a union job. He works for the Department of Corrections. Another person who is now retired but previously used to work at Verizon. You had another person whose friend is a detective, son is a security guard. But, you know, as far as the defense was kind of making their objections today as far as jury selection goes, and, you know, just kind of the objections they made that, you know, the government was striking 7 black jurors, that type of thing. There were still black jurors that are going to be serving on this panel who are going to be making making the decisions.
So we heard that, right, sippers? Remember, when you come in, Like the video, and please, please, please subscribe. We're really close to getting our 1,000 subscribers. Go ahead and hit that subscribe button, okay? They're going to be black jurors for Sean, okay? Now, what type? We got black people, we got niggas, and we have uppity black people, okay? We have our prudes, okay? We have just like, every other race does. So I wonder what type of black people we're going to be, seeing up on the jury panel. But they're going to be black people. I wonder if they're women or if they're men or if it's a mixture. There's only 4 women that are going to be on the jury panel. 4 women.
Going into those deliberations. So from what I saw of the jury makeup as a whole, it really was a diverse group of men and women of all different ages, all different walks of life as well, too.
So we hear some commentary in the back right there. Obviously, I think there's going to be a lot of commentary when it comes to this case. But Elizabeth, we counted up right now. I believe as we're looking into this, we're counting up how many men there are. I believe there's 8 men, 4 women on this jury, all different ages. None of them younger than 30 years old. Take that for what it is. A little bit of older individuals as well. But I think it's really interesting when you talk about what we saw today with opening statements, right? And by the way, just to reiterate something that you mentioned before, the first argument we heard from the defense today was saying that the prosecution, they raised what's called a Batson challenge to their preemptory challenges, saying you're striking jurors based on race, which is improper. The judge didn't side with it. They got a jury selected. Talk about opening statements. I want to start with the prosecution. Emily Johnson, what was the main theme of today, and did you learn something new? And Elizabeth, you're going to have to talk a little bit louder because that guy behind you is incredibly loud. So what was the theme of Emily Johnson's opening statement, and did you learn anything new? Anybody that might testify?
Yeah, so, obviously we've been following this case from the beginning, from the time that Cassie had first dropped her civil lawsuits against Diddy. And so a lot of this stuff that we were listening to from Emily Johnson was expected, right? She starts off with saying, this is Sean Combs. He's a cultural icon, a businessman. He's larger than life. But then she went and kind of talked about the defendant's crimes, the defendant being Diddy, that went past 20 years, kidnapping, allegations of arson.
Girl, Diddy looked like Uncle Ben. How long he been in jail? Girl, 9 months, and did him a very great injustice, girl. Oh, Diddy. He looked old and face all sunk in, girl. Did he look bad? Ooh.
Allegations of drug trafficking, sex crimes, obstruction. They were talking about one specific night where the defendant was on the hunt for girlfriend Cassie. So I was pretty surprised there that they just went out of the gates and already had just named her. I was assuming when she were going to be taking the stand, that's when the jurors would know her name, and that's when she would be introduced as, alleged victim number 1. But the government came out and just automatically just named her. They talked about the incident where Diddy found out Cassie was seeing another man, and that Diddy took his gun and his bodyguard, and Diddy threatened to allegedly kill this man that Cassie was with. Emily Johnson talked about how he had beat Cassie so brutally that he also had to take control of her. He kept videos of Cassie sleeping with escorts and threatened to use them against her. These are the types of things we had already known and were already kind of painted out inside those indictments that the government had written up and that type of sort. Diddy referring himself as a king, which is kind of ironic because he has a giant king crown on the back of his neck. Emily Johnson spoke about the defendant using his inner circle to manipulate women that for a while he watched, how his bodyguards kind of played, or bodyguards as well as employees kind of played a role into this alleged RICO conspiracy as well too. And she made it a point to say this case is not about a celebrity's private sex preferences, because that was something that the defense definitely kind of chalked it up to being just, that he lived an alternative lifestyle, that type of sort, and we'll talk about that more in a second. While there has been a lot of reports about victim 3 and where her whereabouts are or anything like that, the defense didn't talk about alleged victim number 3. Instead, they kept it pretty short and to the point. They talked about Cassie, they talked about Jane, who we presume to be the other alleged victim. In this case, the government was talking about, the freak-offs being also named Wild King Night, something that we had also known about, as well as even just simply as, hotel nights as well, too. Allegations of flying escorts across state lines, out of the country, into the country, that type of thing, that Diddy had demands for the staff to set up his rooms in advance, lighting, lube, cash for escorts, drugs for both Diddy and the women that were participating in these types of events. Women had to dress in lingerie, had to wear white nails, tall heels, something that Cassie had pointed out in her civil lawsuit that was later settled. Talking about the drug use. Then they went into kind of, the allegations specifically geared towards Cassie and just how, the defendant had met Cassie. They had a 17-year age difference. Cassie was initially given a 10-album deal, and obviously that never happened as far as putting out a whole bunch of different albums and that type of sort. And so these were types of things that we had already known about. I think some of the more interesting points also go to Jane, as far as the other alleged victim. She was a single mom. She met Diddy around 2020 when Diddy was single, when Jane was single, but Diddy was seeing other people. Diddy introduced Jane to the freak-offs, and she had tried one just to kind of make him happy, and then just kind of kept going into this repetitive cycle of doing these freak-offs, wild hotel nights, that type of sort, just to kind of appease him, that Jane didn't want to do these freak-offs, and that she had tried at even one point to hire men on her own that worked in the porn industry so she could pick the men. Diddy made her, these escorts not wear condoms when they, allegedly participated in these types of activities. So these were just kind of the big things that were pointed out as far as the government. And Jesse, do you want me to go into the defense? Because the defense was pretty interesting as well, too.
Before you go into the defense, as I was reading about the reporting today, it was the first confirmation that Cassie Ventura is victim one in this case. We always guessed it.
Well, we knew that. And let's talk some tea right now on Cassie Ventura being the first alleged victim to testify against Diddy. I hear that's happening on Wednesday. I'm going to do my best. I'm not guaranteeing absolutely anything, but I'm going to give you my Girl Scouts honor that I will do my best to be up here to sip tea with y'all as much as I can on the Diddy stuff. So if I'm not here tomorrow, Wednesday, that's when she's supposed to testify against Diddy. I want to be here for that, definitely. And I will also, bring back points on what happened on Tuesday. Like on days that I can't make the, days that they're having trial for Diddy. Then when I do air, I will come up with the points if they're valid and, points that need to be sipped about, sipping that tea on, then we'll talk about them. So let me get into Cassie, right? She's up to testify, like I believe on Wednesday she'll start. I wonder how long she'll go. I know that Cassie needs to play this very, 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 very smart. She's already won her civil suit, right? Up in the upper extent of $40,000 or $30,000, $1,000,000, right? She got like 30 million from Diddy. So now she needs to play this as smart as possible. Diddy's already angry that he paid her 30 million. Then he got turned around, lost a Griagio deal or whatever, however have you. And I think Ciroc also went off the table. Then I believe Revolt kind of started to fall by the wayside, right? So Diddy's deal endorsements and things like that are very slim. Plus now Diddy's fighting these cases. Feds done raided his house. His kids are getting their cars repoed. Diddy's, getting down there to R. Kelly type of money, right? So say Cassie doesn't get up there and give it her complete all about what all she, encountered from the time she was with Diddy and so have you. You see what I'm saying? And Diddy slips through the cracks and gets out and God forbid comes for Cassie in some type of way. That's going to be the end all to be all. So all I'm saying is So let me know how y'all feel about this, sippers. Cassie needs to get up on that stand and make herself appear, and everybody else that was ever involved in anything criminal with her, with Diddy, like it's the worst case scenario you ever want to envision somebody ever having to live through in their entire life. Okay? So Diddy doesn't potentially slip through the cracks on her behalf, right? Cassie needs to get up on that stand and give her very best Academy Award winning Oscar field performance. So the judge will, oh God, Cassie's pregnant, y'all. Cassie will be, at the time of testifying against Diddy, pregnant with her third child by her husband she's currently married to. Okay, Cassie is very much pregnant right now. Very much pregnant right now. Okay, 1 second, guys. Okay, sippers, thanks for holding. Cassie's very much pregnant right now. I don't know how far along. Let me Google it and see if maybe I can find out. If you guys know how far along Cassie Ventura, Diddy's ex-girlfriend, who's now the number one defendant in Diddy's case, okay, testifying against Diddy, how far along is she pregnant? How far along is Cassie Ventura? Cassie Ventura announced on February 19th, 2025, that she's expecting her third child with her husband, Alex Fine. Given that she announced her pregnancy on February 19th and it's currently May 12th, she is likely in her third trimester, and her baby is expected sometime between late August and early September. She and Fine already have 2 daughters, Frankie and Sunny. Oh, Sunny's a cute name. Okay. Cassie's very much pregnant in her third trimester, due any month, like between July and August, right? August and September. Cassie needs to get up there and damn near make her water break so that, you know what I mean, she can get all the empathy and all the sympathy that she could possibly conjure up from the jurors and the judge. Okay, to where the judge leans over and is like, "Oh my God, Miss Ventura, are you okay?" And she goes, "No, I think my water broke." Oh my God. And then they say, "Okay, recess. We're going to take a short recess for Miss Cassie Ventura to please be checked out by medical." Okay, we got to get medical in here. Medic to check out Miss Cassie Ventura's situation. She's in her third trimester with her husband and their third child currently. Okay, yeah, we need that right now. Type stuff, because this is serious. If Diddy gets out of this situation, he could potentially come for Cassie's life. Because we've already heard and we know that Diddy will, come for your life if he feels like his life in any way is jeopardized or being threatened or could possibly be sabotaged by something that you think you're doing or want to do or doing, or just going against anything that he doesn't want to be happening. Cassie needs to get up there and give the best Academy Award winning testimony. Okay, like Cardi B did on Tasha K's ass. That's what Cassie needs to do to the 10th power. We're going to get back on into listening to live updates on the Diddy trial. Thank you all, tea sippers. You drop yours tea in the chat. Let me know how you feel. Please also drop those teacups in the chat. And when you do so, when you come in, remember to like and also subscribe to my channel. Thanks for sipping tea. And we're back up live with Diddy shit.
Surmised it. Now we have a definitive answer. And by the way, I think it was either the prosecution or the defense who mentioned that she's going to probably testify this week, as we wonder who the first witnesses are going to be. And also this reference to Mia, who is Sean Combs' personal assistant, that is maybe going to provide some important testimony in this case. Now, before we go to the defense, real quick, as though you're looking at all these people that are behind you right now, Elizabeth, are these all reporters? Are these all fans? Are these all people who are supporting Sean Combs, who are not supporting Sean Combs? Are these just interested spectators? I'm trying to get a sense of the people that are walking behind you right now.
Yeah, so obviously I was trying not to pay attention so much because it's really so many people, but it's really just kind of a common mix. It's a lot of people who are here with the media. You know, you have field producers, you have social media producers, you know, and pretty much every outlet across the country is here right now inside that courtroom. I would say there's too many supporters beyond that one guy just kind of yelling, and he had been kind of saying some pretty vile things to us as reporters. So, you know, we're trying too much not to pay attention to him as much as possible. As far as the family goes, you know, right before we did this hit, we saw the family kind of get into a Sprinter van and kind of drive off, maybe to get something to eat, maybe to decompress, because, you know, think about it, Jesse, his children were inside that courtroom, especially his daughters were inside that courtroom, hearing about their father, you know, booking escorts and allegedly beating women and that type of sort. So maybe it was just the time that all the family members just had to get out of here, get away from this media circus. But for the most part, it's a good mix of both media and just the general public who are just genuinely curious.
So Elizabeth, I know you have to jump back into that courtroom because they're going to start up in about 15 minutes. Real quick, if you could summarize the defense's opening statement, some highlights there.
Yeah, the defense's opening statements were pretty, we were kind of expecting them. They were going to have to admit that Diddy had been physically violent towards women in the past. They were going to have to admit that Diddy had this type of temper, that, you know, he participated in taking these types of drugs, and that his temper was especially bad whenever he was on drugs and alcohol. You know, there was a point in the openings where Diddy stood up when Tenny Garagos was introducing him to the jury. For the most part, even throughout opening statements, he kind of sat there calmly. He looked at the jurors. He looked at Tenny Garagos, who again provided the opening statements on the defense's behalf. You know, the defense was kind of harping on the fact that the government has no place in his bedroom, something that we had talked about many of times, just how they're kind of painting this as somebody, you know, who did bad things on one hand, but were these bad things criminal? And that was essentially what the defense's argument was there. You know, they said that the defense will see domestic violence in this trial, but, you know, while they do take it seriously, they say it's not sex trafficking. So I feel like they're trying to divide this line between, you know, this being a domestic violence spat or domestic violence toxic relationship type of thing, as opposed to these being actual criminal acts that Diddy was allegedly committing and that type of thing. You know, the defense was saying that these alleged victims were strong, capable women, that they made choices that were for adults, they were free of choice, and they came with both pros and cons, and that type of thing. And then they were kind of talking a lot about how Diddy was jealous and how, you know, other partners or his other relationship partners, so for example Cassie, they also mentioned Gina, somebody I had talked about in some stories I had done. She had talked about how Diddy was physically violent with her in a podcast episode, for example, and so that was kind of her mention there beyond, you know, what the government was talking about as far as you know, alleged victims in this case and that type of sort. They had mentioned Kim Porter and how Cassie was jealous of Kim Porter's relationship with Diddy and that type of thing. And then everything kind of ended as soon as Kim Porter had passed away. Cassie went to her memorial service, and that was the last time she had seen Diddy, even prior to her expectation that she'll be inside that courtroom testifying. You know, these jurors are going to see some of these freak off videos, but they say that it was taken from Cassie's devices, not Diddy's devices. And so, you know, they talked talked about Mia, for example, who had worked with Diddy for a number of years, and the defense says, they want jurors to evaluate her motive to testify. When they were talking about Jane Doe, it was the same thing, that this was a jealous relationship. Jane wanted to be more public, whereas Diddy, he flaunted other relationships that weren't with Jane and that type of thing. So those were some of the biggest takeaways from the defense's openings, as well as the government's openings as well, too.
These are the arguments we anticipated. Now, obviously, there's a lot more detail to it. We're hearing it in an official capacity. And these jurors, while they might have heard certain aspects of this case, this is the first time, presumably, both arguments are being positioned to them for the first time in such a very particular way. And this is opening statements. It's not evidence, but it is the start, the official start of Sean Combs' criminal trial. Elizabeth Milner, thank you so much for reporting. Go back into that courthouse. Stay safe out there. There's a lot of interesting characters you're seeing running around. But thanks, Elizabeth. Appreciate it.
All right, as we are continuing to keep up with the live, very, very live coverage down to the courthouse in New York City, I want to thank everybody for sipping tea with Tanisha today. We are talking teas on Diddy. Today's his first day of trial. If you like what you're sipping today with Tanisha, please become a subscriber. Also, feel free to hit that like button. Like I said, feel free. It's free to hit that like button and also become a subscriber. Let's continue in on live P. Diddy sex trafficking trial starting today.
Okay, so here's the deal. We have another hour. We're going to be taking your questions right now on everything that happened today and everything in this case. I mentioned we had that poll about will Diddy testify. You want to know what the results are right now? 60% of you say no, 40% of you say yes. Now, we know taking the stand could be quite risky for Sean Combs and probably unlikely if you ask me, but I don't know, you don't want to just hear my legal analysis for the next hour. That's why I'm joined right now by celebrity criminal defense attorney Brian McMonagle, as we know, famously represented Bill Cosby as well. Brian, good to see you. Thanks so much for taking the time to come here on our live show.
Good to see you, Jesse.
So let me lay out what I think about the opening statements, and then you tell me what you think about the opening statements. Look, for the prosecution, they basically called him a monster, and they are going to be throwing a lot at this jury to consider. Tapes, accounts, receipts, people who worked with Diddy. There's going to be a lot to suggest that he forced people into sexual situations where there was a commercial value element to it, right? There was an exchange of money or promises. Sex workers will be called. I think that was a lot for the jury to digest. Now, if the jury doesn't necessarily look at the particulars of sex trafficking or racketeering, maybe the prosecution's got a really strong case, and we're really at the start of it. And by the way, if we believe Cassie Ventura is going to testify and be the first witness to testify, quite compelling testimony, right? It was her account that led all of this. But when you hear the defense, and they've acknowledged that this is domestic violence, that what he did on that tape in 2016 with Cassie Ventura is inexcusable, that this is not an episode of actual racketeering or sex trafficking, it can't meet those elements, it makes me wonder, is this a tougher case for the prosecution? I know openings are not evidence, and I didn't see it from myself. I'm basing it based on the reporting, but I think there might be something to the defense here. Am I totally crazy?
No, Jess, I think we've been talking about this for many months, which is this a situation where they made a federal case out of perhaps a lot of significant state court misconduct or crimes, but to make it a racketeering case, I always thought could potentially be a bridge too far. And we saw precisely what we expected out of the defense today after a very effective, it sounds like, listening to Elizabeth, prosecution argument. The defense did exactly what we thought, which is to say, hey, listen, bad conduct, at times a bad guy, but we're in the wrong courthouse. They made a federal case out of some appalling domestic violence, which they had to concede. And this were, at its worst, consensual conduct by a lot of adults, no children, a lot of adults, perhaps acting badly, among which he was one. So I think it is going to be very interesting. And I wouldn't be surprised if at the end of the day, this jury parses charges and perhaps comes in with a compromise verdict.
We're still in the early stages. And by the way, everybody's asking right now, where's the footage? Like, why there's no cameras in the courtroom? Unfortunately, no. There are no cameras in federal courtrooms. That is the federal law right now. Those are the federal rules. I didn't make them. I think it's a big mistake, but there's always a concern. Yeah, I think that there's a mistake, but there's, concern about it improperly tainting the jury, it improperly tainting the case. I've heard the arguments, but in an effort of transparency, when there's a case of so much public interest, I think there should be cameras. There's going to be no audio. Transcripts will be released, and we're going to do something with those as well here on Law and Crime to try to do our best to put you inside that courthouse. So stay tuned on that. We have a question from Dry Roach 69. So submit your questions on YouTube.
Yay, we are going to be also sipping tea from the transcripts live from inside the courthouse. Let's get it, tea sippers. If you're a new tea sipper, welcome, welcome. Please drop teacups in the sippers chat and become a subscriber. We are listening to all things first day Diddy trial.
Right now, will tapes be shown? Yes, they will, at least based upon the prosecution's opening statement. So not only will a sample or samples of the video of Combs allegedly assaulting Cassie Ventura in that hotel hallway back in 2016 be shown, but videos of some of the freak-offs are going to be shown where Combs will be directing the encounters. If that's the case and the jury sees that, what impact do you think that's going to have, Brian?
It's compelling. Video evidence is it's indisputable, it's undeniable, and the question will be, are these jurors prepared for it? I was trying to get a sense from Elizabeth what we saw, what we have in terms of jury composition. But some of these people are going to think, they're strangers to this planet for sure when they start seeing some of these videos and listening and hearing some of the things that you cannot deny. It's compelling evidence. Videos, they don't lie. Audios, they don't lie. They can't be cross-examined. So it's all about the spin. And we're going to see who does better at spinning some of these bad moments during the course of these trials.
We have a question from Mac Dub. What day will the first witness take the stand? Brian, I don't know, now? I mean, it seems like the opening statements were relatively quick. We've seen opening statements that take a long time, take the whole day. And with a case this complicated, with so many different elements to it, I was actually surprised they got openings done before the lunch break. And I imagine we're going to hear the first witness. And who do you think that witness is going to be?
Well, I don't know who it's going to be, but you're going to hear the first witness. You're right. The brevity of these openings was somewhat stunning to me. And this judge isn't going to mess around. Let's go. You've opened. Call your first witness. Usually in these federal cases, they'll call witnesses that'll set the stage. They'll typically be FBI agents or part of the prosecution's investigatory team. We're going to set a stage, kind of a roadmap for evidence that will come. I don't think you'll see anybody significant this afternoon, but every now and then the prosecution gets really smart and they'll come out of the box with a heavy witness, trying to hope the defense isn't ready to cross-examine them. So it'll be interesting to see. But my guess is it'll be a lot of setting the stage in terms of testimony this afternoon.
We have a question from Sheila. What does the jury pool consist of? So I'm going to read you once again the reporting based on NBC. So I understand that there are 8 men, 4 women. So juror number 2. Well, these are just the numbers that were assigned to them. I won't mention the juror numbers, but you have a 69-year-old man who works as an actor and a massage therapist. He lives in Manhattan. A 31-year-old man who works as an investment analyst. He lives in Manhattan. A 51-year-old man who has a PhD in molecular biology and neuroscience. He too lives in Manhattan. A 30-year-old female working woman as a deli clerk. She lives with her mom and brother in the Bronx. A 42-year-old woman who is an aide in a nursing home. She lives in Manhattan. A 41-year-old man who works in communications at a correctional facility, lives in the Bronx. A 68-year-old man who's retired from working at a bank, lives in Westchester, New York. A 68-year-old man, who's retired from working at a telecommunications company. He lives in Westchester. 43-year-old woman works as a physician assistant, lives in Westchester. 39-year-old man works as a social worker, lives in the Bronx. 67-year-old man who works as a logistics analyst, lives in Westchester. And a 74-year-old woman who works as a treatment coordinator, lives in Manhattan. So again, these were the jurors that were whittled down through a week of jury selection, a week of asking questions. They had to fill out the questionnaire. They were further questioned by the court. And then both sides used their preemptory challenges. They can strike for whatever reason, just can't be based on race, gender, ethnicity, and got it down to this bunch. Anything you can glean from that, Brian, what the prosecution might have been looking for, what the defense might have been looking for, because you have ages that run the gamut. They have different careers, different occupations, different lives, live in different areas. Any thoughts on it?
Yeah, I think they both got a little bit of what they wanted. I'm looking and I'm seeing molecular biologist and then deli clerk, massage therapist. Somebody who works in a bank. It looks like the cross section of the community. I'm sure the defense wanted some young people on this jury, some people that could probably live with some of the more bizarre types of behavior we.
I hope you guys heard me. I think I had it on mute. Anyway, I keep toggling between the screens I'm sharing and shit, and I keep forgetting to take it off mute. But anyway, those are not relatively close people in proximity of Diddy's life. A neuromolecular biologist is not on the scope of Diddy's life. Diddy's not a genius. That person seems like he would be a genius, like a person that would be like the Method Mans of the world, or someone, you know, DJ Khaled, or what's the other guy that used to Terror Squad, Fat Joe. You see what I'm saying? If they had people like them on the juror stand, somebody that, you know, is familiar, any type of producers of music or movies or anything like that, TV, you know what I'm saying? Then those are people in the areas of Diddy's life, because that is the genre of life that Diddy lives in. Not neuromolecular biologists, chemist people. Diddy went to Harvard, yes, but I believe his mother paid for that because his father was a kingpin for Frank Lucas, and he was a driver or some sort, runner for Frank Lucas, excuse me. And he went to tell on Frank Lucas when he got jammed up. And I believe that's how he got killed, when Diddy was like 2 or 3 years old. Okay. But his mother knew the insides of the business of some, you know, things that he had going on. And she continued to run with the narrative. And she had money when Diddy's daddy died. Okay. And she sent him to Harvard. Okay. Sal, not for nothing. Those are not people on the, you know, spectrum of life where Diddy lives. not neuro, and none of the other ones I heard. We got all regular, everyday goers, comers of life. Nobody with $1 million is even on the jury stand. Nobody in the jury panel. No one. Maybe the microneurobiologist. Maybe might be a millionaire. But the lady at the deli, the massage therapist, the CNA that works at the nurse's aide, that works at the nursing home, none of those people, the retired guy from Verizon Wireless, are millionaires. None of them are going to be able to relate to any type of lifestyle that Diddy was living. Hell, it's millionaires that don't relate to the lifestyle that Diddy's was living. Okay. He was getting like hundreds of millions of dollars from liquor sponsors. So, yeah, nobody on the jury right now is relatable to Diddy. No one. Even if you're black, if you're not a millionaire, you're not closely relating to anything Diddy did in his life after he became rich and famous. Nothing.
Sometimes see a little more open-minded. Prosecution obviously looking for dyed-in-the-wool older Americans who are just going to be appalled by what they see, hopefully for them. It looks like they each got a little bit of what they wanted. I'm interested to see what the racial composition was of the jury. That always matters, despite what some people say. It matters. But I think everybody got a little bit of what they wanted. And keep in mind, they probably lost a lot of jurors who simply couldn't be fair.
Oh my God.
simply didn't meet the
I keep forgetting to
criteria
unmute. Anyway, did you hear what the white man said? Okay. Even he's interested in knowing who the jurors are, the races of the jurors. First thing I wanted to know when I got up and got into the tea of all Diddy things today. Okay. What race are the jurors? The girl that's running, the reporter that's running tea out of the courthouse to the guy on the law crime host here, she's saying that there are Black people serving on the jury for Diddy. However, we also know, reading as I read when we first came in to sip this tea, and also the guy, Brian, no, not him. Okay, the guy with the black spiky hair that's hosting Law and Crime. He said that, there are deli, food truck people that work on the food truck or the deli thing. You know what I'm saying? Like there are massage therapists, there are CNAs that work at the nursing home, there are retired Verizon Wireless people. Guy worked at Verizon Wireless for 40 years. Even if they're Black, they're not relating to Diddy in those genres of life. Okay, like there are people that are on Diddy's level, not level, but millionaire status, that are not playing in Diddy's playground where Diddy was. Didn't Diddy have a house in Star Island? Like nobody on that jury was related to Diddy, even if they're Black. So we're gonna keep it pushing.
qualification.
Yeah, and look, I think that when they raise an objection early on today about a Batson challenge, saying the prosecution's eliminating Black jurors, that's a significant accusation to make, not uncommon. You see a lot of those challenges made during the preemptory phase. But the judge didn't say it was significant because the prosecution basically came back and gave their reasoning for why these jurors were being eliminated. And that actually answers one of the questions we got from one of our viewers, Megamind678. Why did the jury count drop so significantly? Because they did the preemptory challenges in just a few minutes and got it listed out. Okay, we have a question from KC. Do you think they will find Combs guilty? What could these charges land him?
Well, it depends on what they are. I would be stunned if he walked away from all of these charges. Some of them seem like pretty low-hanging fruit. Obviously, if he's convicted of the racketeering, he's going to serve easily over a decade in prison. It could be far longer than that. But if he's only convicted of some of the less serious charges, perhaps the charges that relate to just transporting for engaging prostitution, it might not be as severe a sentence as one might think. So it all depends. What is he going to be convicted of? If he gets clipped on the racketeering conspiracy, he's going to be in prison for a long, long time.
Life in prison. Life in prison. That's what he's potentially looking at there. And it's incredibly significant here. The stakes could not be higher for Sean Combs. I want to make that very clear. We got a super chat question from Garrett. Garrett, thank you so much for the contribution. How likely will Diddy be to work out a deal as he sees the overwhelming evidence the state has? What a great question. Because I was always saying it seemed unlikely to me that Diddy was going to take a deal. One of the reasons that he rushed towards this trial, let me be clear, he rushed towards this trial. To have a federal case go to trial in under a year from arrest and indictment, given the charges here and the evidence, seemed shocking to me. If he made bail, I was fairly confident he was going to try to push this trial down the road as long as possible. It seems to me he does not want to spend one more day locked up. But then I'm starting to think, he's last week reported he told the court he's a little bit nervous. The reality of this is setting in. Jury selected, opening statements. He's going to see the evidence against him. You think there's a possibility he takes a deal in the middle of this trial?
It's always a possibility. The big question is there going to be a deal waiting for him now that trial has begun? I will tell you the Department of Justice for decades has been very, very, very serious about the fact that if you're going to take an
Exactly. Diddy did not take the deal that he was originally offered, whatever that was. I wonder what that was. What do y'all think the deal was? I think it was for 10 years. I think they offered Diddy 10 to 20 and he was like, hell no. But they usually don't let you change in the middle of the stream once you start rowing. You got to keep on trudging forward. You took it to trial. Now you must face a jury of your 12 peers and be sentenced or be led free. Okay, so
an offer, you're going to take an offer before the bell rings, and they'll pull it right after the bell rings. Now, they're pretty smart too. I'd be interested to see what everybody thought of the jury they got. If I'm the defense and I didn't get anywhere near what I wanted as a jury, I might want to today really think about revisiting plea negotiations. But my guess is they were probably years away from any kind of agreement in terms of a plea bargain.
When you say that, you mean what he wanted to spend in prison versus what the prosecution. That's what you mean by years away.
Exactly. They weren't. Right. My guess is they didn't offer him anything that he thought was worthy of consideration. And in a high-profile case like this, that's not really surprising. They really, think about how this began with, tanks and whatever vehicles they sent to his home when they first executed those warrants. You're not going to go through all that and at the end of the day offer him a kiss. And my guess is they're nowhere near a deal and there won't be a deal.
We got a great question from Rel. You think it's a mistake if they put Cassie on early in a 2-month trial? I think it's a great question for a number of reasons. She officially today is a part of this case. This is the first time her name has officially been part of this, okay? Victim 1, okay? I think we can all say she's victim 1. Now, if they start off with her and she's strong, what a way for the prosecution to start the case. And I believe a lot of this, if not all of this, is built upon her. This case was started through her. But if you listen to the defense and they keep saying it's choices that she made, she kept coming back to Sean Combs. This is not episodes of sex trafficking. If she is not as strong a witness for the prosecution as they were hoping, and they put her on first, is it a mistake? Either way, do you think it would be a mistake for her to be one of the first witnesses, if not the first witness, in this trial, Brian?
Yeah, I do. I really think it's better that they build to her. I don't expect her to be last. I would expect her probably to proceed the other what I'll call complaining witnesses, because she really is the case. I'll also be surprised if what is being projected as a 2-month trial ends up a 2-month trial. So answering the question, it's a great question. It's all strategic. They've prepped her. The government knows what they're going to get from her. Her cross is going to be her cross. My guess is you get her early, but you get her after some layers of evidence that can't be disputed and can't be cross-examined.
So again, we're taking your questions right now in this lunchtime show. No cameras in court. We are doing our best to report to you as soon as possible about what is happening in that courtroom. And just to let everybody know what the charges are, because we talk about it a lot, let me just tell you the charges again. He's facing 5 charges. Count 1, racketeering conspiracy. Count 2, sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion of Cassie Ventura, victim 1. Count 3, transportation of victim 1, Cassie Ventura. And also sex workers with the intent to engage in prostitution. And counts 4 and 5 are related to victim 2, unidentified, don't know who they are, don't know who this person is, but again, it repeats the charges with respect to victim 1, so sex trafficking and transportation to engage in prostitution. Very, very, very serious crimes. Even that last one, transportation to engage in prostitution, some would say maybe the simplest charge to actually convict him on, 10 years in prison, max sentence of 10 years in prison. So let's go back to the questions. We have one from Ace. I think I'm saying it right. Ace, TM. Where is witness 3? Paid off or dead? Look, Brian, I don't know if you saw the reporting going into today.
Excuse me.
But alleged victim number 3, apparently the prosecution is having trouble making contact with this person. And it became a question, are they going to test?
I'm going to give a little tea. I want to say thank you to everybody that's tuning in. We are covering everything live first day of Diddy's trial. I think Diddy got rid of them. That has not been something Diddy is not shy of doing. In one way or the other, that person either ran away or got hid away.
Testify or not? One of the questions we had moving on to the trial today was, if they can't find victim 3, does this case have to be delayed? Isn't it weird what's going on with victim 3 or alleged victim 3?
I've never seen anything like it in a high-profile case, particularly a case being brought by the Department of Justice, that a witness right before the start of trial just vanishes or goes underground. Never seen it. They've usually gotten them buttoned up. They've gotten them either in witness protection or they're with agents. I've never, ever seen a controversy like this, and it could be significant. But I'll tell you something, this judge isn't going to delay a trial because they can't find their witness. This judge is going to say, finish what you've got, and if you don't have this witness, rest. And those counts that may relate to this witness may go right out the window.
You want to hear something interesting, Brian? So we put a poll up there about who you think won opening statements today. 78% say the prosecution won opening statements today. 22% say the defense. Now, again, we weren't in that courtroom. This is based on the reporting. But, again, it goes to this idea, if you are the Southern District of New York and you are prosecuting a case against Sean Combs, you better have the goods. And maybe it seems that they feel they have the goods of all these alleged crimes. And they have a way of trying to tie it together. Who the witnesses are going to be? Sex workers, employees, alleged victims. They are the ones who are going to tell this story, as well as any documentary evidence as well. But I find that interesting.
It's interesting that it's not closer. And
Yeah.
it's tough to gauge by the polls because, who's in the courtroom, who's not, who's listening. But, we've been talking about how wonderful, I've been talking about how wonderful the defense team is in this case. You've got a who's who of some really great lawyers. Well, make no mistake about it, the people prosecuting this case are very, very good. You've got a, career prosecutor who opened today who's tried numerous racketeering cases in the past. So I'm not as surprised as one may think, particularly given what I would call an avalanche of bad activity. I mean, if you're just listening to it and listening to the behavior, it's pretty horrific behavior. Whether it becomes a case where they can prove beyond a reasonable doubt all these charges that you've enumerated, Jess, that I don't know. That I don't know.
We have a question from Gail Laurent. Will there be evidence that will not be accepted by the jury? Let's talk about how they found the tapes or all the leaks. So it's an interesting question, right? When you say not accepted by the jury, meaning they don't believe it, they are not going to use it in their determination, or it's not going to be brought into evidence. I'm not exactly sure. I will tell you, Brian, I mean, leading up to this trial, and I did a bunch of sidebars on it, there was multiple attempts by the defense to say a lot of this evidence shouldn't come in because the warrants that were used to obtain this evidence were ineffective. They were invalid, that the magistrate judge wasn't provided a complete picture of the situation, that if the judge had gotten all the evidence, what they say, of the text messages and the communications, they would have seen a consensual relationship. It didn't work. This is going forward. And it does become a question of, it's an 8-week trial. How much is the prosecution going to put forward, and how much is the jury going to see, and how much are they going to accept?
Well, they're going to see it all. I mean, to your point, the defense tried very hard to exclude a lot of this evidence. Now that the court has ruled, the judge has ruled, this jury must accept it. Now, whether or not they think it's enough to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, I don't know. But they've got to accept all of the evidence that is going to be introduced in this case. They don't have the luxury of saying, well, we think it was a bad warrant. We don't think the government had the right to seize it. Those decisions have been made. This jury will be instructed that they're supposed to accept this evidence and give it whatever weight they deem, appropriate. But they're going to get it, and they're going to see it. And this isn't going to be one of those cases, Jess, where I anticipate that you're going to get a light version of the prosecution. I think they're going to throw everything they've got at him, with the worry that because of his celebrity and because of his status and because of those little things, they don't want to leave anything outside the courtroom. They're going to put it all up there and ask this jury to consider every single piece of it.
They have to. If they're trying to say what separates this as a domestic violence situation or a relationship versus a federal crime, it has to be Combs directing them, forcing them, threatening them, using violence in order to rise to the level of sex trafficking. If they're going to say racketeering, and I have to tell you, I thought it was very interesting, Kenny Garagos. So in racketeering, everybody knows that you need to prove 2 underlying crimes, right, to get to the racketeering conspiracy: kidnapping, arson, forced labor. She went through each one of them and said why it's not that, why it's not kidnapping, why it's not sex trafficking, why it's not forced labor. And she went through them. And obviously that'll be something that moves forward, but they're trying to dismantle the prosecution's case. Got a question here from Miss Can't Be Wrong. Phenomenal name, for the record. Miss Can't Be Wrong. Phenomenal name. The confidence there. I can't even match that. All right. This is for all the lawyers here. If Cassie settled her lawsuit against Diddy, took his money, how is it she can now testify against him? I'm curious, right? Because Cassie did file a lawsuit against Sean Combs in November 2023, settled with him the day after, and then we know there was just an avalanche of lawsuits against him and then ultimately the criminal charges. Fair question, right, Brian?
Really fair question. And this is from Mr. I'm usually wrong. The answer to the question, though, is if there's a criminal prosecution, all of that stuff doesn't matter at all. They can subpoena you. They can require you to testify. Obviously, it wouldn't be admissible in any kind of a civil context or a lawsuit. But in a criminal context, all those deals and agreements, they're right out the window.
But she can be cross-examined on it for sure.
Oh, sure. And, her motivations will be tested. The fact that she might have been extorting him or shaking him down. All of that's absolutely fair game. And I would expect to be a lot of the cross-examination in this case. I mean, this wasn't somebody who was slave labor. One of the problems I've always had with the theory of this prosecution was there are no juveniles involved. There's not an allegation of real human trafficking as we understand it to be. These are escorts or girlfriends or significant others that are going along for the ride. And it's in some ways a very luxurious ride. And so I think you're going to see a lot of fair cross-examination on just how motivated they were by the dollar. And he had a lot of them.
Well, I'll tell you, it was brought up today in the opening statements. I don't remember if it was the prosecution and defense, but they brought up that she filed a public lawsuit in 2023. They're not shying away from that. That's coming in. People are going to know about that. And by the way, it's interesting. I did a sidebar today. It's coming out later on the Alexander brothers. So these are another high-profile sex trafficking case at the federal level. And I was interviewing an attorney about it. I said, it's interesting how this is being prosecuted similar to Combs, because our classic understanding of sex trafficking is you have this shadowy organization that kidnaps people from a foreign country, ships them out, sells them to people. That's what you think about when you think of sex trafficking. The attorney, but he said, that might be an easier case for a jury to understand and digest, but it doesn't necessarily mean that what Combs is accused of doing and what the brothers are accused of doing is not sex trafficking. If it makes those elements and you have interstate transportation, commercial sex acts, force, fraud, coercion, you can ultimately get a prosecution here. Okay, we got a question from Brooke Barnes for you. How can you as a lawyer be certain that the jury can remain unbiased with a defendant that's well-known and having well-known celebrities involved in any capacity? How do you combat that during trial? Brian?
You never can. Jurors give you their answers before you pick them. You hope that they're telling the truth. You hope that they've searched their soul for what are the true answers. But believe me, in high-profile cases, you're going to have people that are on these juries who have a view, and that may be a real positive view of the celebrity or a real negative view of the celebrity, or just a desire to be on that jury because it's a celebrity trial. And you never know as a lawyer who's trying to pick those juries, and as a trial lawyer who's trying those cases, where everybody is. And that's why you're looking at them. You're looking at their eye contact, their posturing, how they react to certain witnesses. I've had celebrity trials where people all of a sudden will start wearing T-shirts on the jury that have messages on them and stuff. So sometimes these folks can get enamored with the celebrity nature of the trial. Sometimes it turns out to be a real circus. But most times, most of these jurors honor the law and honor their oaths and come in there and decide these cases on the facts. And I'm guessing that they'll do that here.
By the way, so we're here for another 20, 30 minutes. I'm getting live updates about what's happening in court. We're going to present those live updates to you as well. So right now, for example, court is back in session after this lunch break, jury being called back into the courtroom. We are expecting the first witness from the government to testify. No idea who that person is. As soon as I find out, you will find out. We'll talk about it. But we're taking more of your questions right now on YouTube. Here's a great question here, Brian, from Stephen Ramsey. How can you be charged with a conspiracy, right? Conspiracy to commit racketeering. How can you be charged with conspiracy when it's only one person? Great question, right? Wasn't that the whole Ghislaine Maxwell situation? Who was she sex trafficking everybody to? Why is she the only one?
Yeah.
Why is Combs the only defendant in this case?
Yeah, I've never quite understood why he's the only defendant in the case. But unfortunately for the defense under the law, you don't have to have indicted co-conspirators. They can be unidentified co-conspirators. They can be co-conspirators that are identified but never charged. And the jury will be told that. So it won't be an obstacle to proving the conspiracy. But make no mistake about it. Jurors are reasonable people, and they may be saying to themselves, how is this a racketeering conspiracy? And this guy's the only guy in the courtroom. I think it's a really interesting issue. Legally, unfortunately, for the defense and fortunately for the prosecution, they don't need to charge anybody else as a co-conspirator to charge a conspiracy.
Well, I think those are going to be the cooperating witnesses. I would have to imagine if they're going to have his staff and people who are around him. But obviously, their incentive to testify against him now will be a prime material for cross-examination. So as we wait for these live updates to come into court, I've got a great question here from Mohican 161. And it goes to a question I didn't have a chance to ask Elizabeth yet, but she might not have the answer because we haven't seen any evidence come into the courtroom yet. But will Puff's children see the videos if they present it in court? Let's enlarge that question. This jury is going to see videos of freak-offs. Is everyone in the gallery going to see the videos, or are they going to have private screens, and the witness is going to have private screens, and all we're going to hear is the testimony regarding that video? How does it work when you deal with sensitive material like this?
In every case I've ever had, the jurors certainly will have private screens, but it'll be shown to the entire courtroom.
Really?
It's a public courtroom.
Wow.
It's a public courtroom, and unless there has been some type of order issued, sometimes things can be really graphic. Sometimes, there can be agreement among the parties that it not be demonstrated.
tea sippers. I don't know about y'all, but I definitely know that the kids of the Combs family should not be in the courtroom when they show their daddy freaking. Who wants to watch their parents fucking? Nobody. Okay? Stop the madness, sir. Mr. White Man on the screen, please stop the madness, sir. Now, we've been fucking with you. Okay? We like your commentary on what you're speaking about Diddy so far. You seem unbiased. But his children should not be subjected to him fucking on video in that courtroom. They need to escort all children out. If they show sex in front of kids, that puts the whole courtroom in a place of, what are y'all exposing kids to? Yeah, we're not going to go there, sir. We're not going to go there.
I've never had a case where it's not shown to the courtroom. And depending upon your vantage point, you may have a better look at some of the, the video footage than others. There's no requirement that they make it easy for the gallery to see, but I've never seen a case where they exclude it from the gallery. It's evidence. It'd be nothing, be like bringing in a gun and handing it to a witness and not letting the jurors see the gun. It's part of the case. It's part of the trial. If you're in the courtroom,
but as I said, the children.
We've got a question from
the children should not be subjected. Not even his grown kids. His grown kids, however, are of the legal age to view something sexual. But his children that are under the age of 18, anybody under the age of 18 should be escorted out of the courtroom. And also anyone in the courtroom that does not want to see Mr. Combs in an intimate sexual graphic nature, you need to please exit the courtroom as well while we all view the evidence. ABC Exhibit A. Okay, that's how that should be conducted. I don't want to be sitting anywhere and you pop on a orn. Okay, you pop on some orn on the damn situation and I don't even know what's going on and I'm just uncomfortable because you pop some orn on. And God forbid it be one of my parents. Like, what are you talking? Escort all underage people from the courtroom whenever, you know what I'm saying? Y'all have that going. I mean, like, what are y'all trying to be, subjecting young people to, and just because it's a courtroom? Young people should not be subjected to watching anything of that graphic nature at the hands of adults. Okay, yeah. Y'all drop some teacups down in the chat. Y'all let me know what y'all think about that. Should Sean Puffy Combs' kids not be escorted out of the courtroom whenever they are going to show the freak off text? What do you guys think? Yes or no? Drop it in the chat along with your teacups. And when you get in here and fill your teacup up, don't be stingy. Please give it back tenfold to the like button and the subscribe button. Thank you.
Moko Halstead, by the way, just giving everybody live updates. The jury was brought back into the room. Combs was brought back into the courtroom. They're starting their afternoon session now. The judge said there was an issue regarding the exhibit with an added note. There was an objection, was well taken. It's going to be excluded. Not really sure what that's about. So the jury's back in. All rise. Now, the first thing they're doing, when the judge asked, is the government ready to call its first witness, AUSA, the Assistant United States Attorney, so we're talking about a prosecutor here, first we enter 4 exhibits. The defense, no objection. That's standard. So we have the introduction of exhibits, I guess, before witness testimony. How does that work?
Sure. I mean, they'll enter the exhibits by stipulation sometimes, and they've obviously stipulated to the exhibit so they can just get right to it with the witness. It might be video, it might be maps, it might be any number of things, documents, but they're getting that in before the witness actually takes a stand. It's not unusual in federal cases at all.
So got a question here, a super chat question. Thank you so much from Nest Dog. Where's Christina Quorum? Will she be a witness? Now, this was, by all accounts, Combs' former chief of staff. She has come up in other litigation before. The allegation being she knew what was going on, was a part of it. I don't know if she's going to be a witness in this case. But what do I remember in opening statements today? I remember reading they use the term chief of staff or chief of staffs. Makes me wonder, she's probably going to be a witness, no?
I would think she would be, unless she's got some Fifth Amendment prohibition. She may have asserted the Fifth before a grand jury. She may have a lawyer saying, I'm not going to put her on the witness stand without immunity. If the government didn't grant her immunity, if she felt like she needed it, she might not be a witness. If she has no exposure, Fifth Amendment exposure in the case, and simply as a fact witness, there's nothing preventing them from calling her. You know, government, though, is only going to call witnesses that are going to help their case. It's only in unusual circumstances where they'll call a reluctant witness, and that's usually out of necessity, and they may not have that necessity here. So if she's not a reluctant witness and she doesn't have any Fifth Amendment implications, you'll probably see her.
You want to know who the first witness is of the Sean Combs criminal trial, Brian?
Go ahead.
We are going to call LAPD officer Israel Flores. Now, he comes in, says, I'm a reservist for the Army. I was a guard with Securitas in 2016 in the Intercontinental Hotel near Century City. What happened on March 5th, 2016? I was told of the 6th floor. So they are starting with arguably the most important piece of evidence in this case. Are they not? Are they starting now with the video of Sean Combs purportedly beating Cassie Ventura?
There they are. They have come out and they decided we're going to come out with a home run. And the idea behind it is pretty simple. Let's now poison this jury with evidence that they'll never, ever, ever forget. Let's start this game, for lack of a better way to describe it, 10-0 in the first inning. And it's a smart play because it's going to be the first thing these jurors see. And they're going to see this again and again, by the way, before this trial's over. Well, what a first impression. And think about it in terms of life. First impressions are sometimes the most important ones.
Let me tell you why I think this is so brilliant. In the scheme of this whole timeline, when Cassie Ventura came out with her allegations, a lot of people looked at it and said, how do we know it's true? You know, another person accusing high-profile celebrity. How do we know it's true? When that video came out, it not only corroborated a section of her complaint where she talked about this, some would feel it corroborated everything she said. So if the jury sees this first and then she testifies, what a great move by the prosecution. That, at least my opinion, Brian. But here, I got another question for you. This is from Roger Wade. Oh, Roger, thank you so much. Super chat question. Thank you so much for your contribution. How crucial is Combs' apology going to be regarding the validity of the hotel video? Well, can't deny it's him.
You know, listen, there's some things, you know, you can accept an apology for. This isn't going to be one of them. No one's going to really care that he apologized. I think what the defense has already started to do and what they will continue to do is eat this and simply say, listen, if this was a state court prosecution for domestic violence, he would have pled guilty. He's already said he's sorry. He did that. He's not a racketeer, and this isn't a racketeering conspiracy.
Yeah, it was interesting when they were talking about the videos, right? Should the CNN video come in? Should other versions of it come in? What's accurate, what's not? There was an argument brought forward by the prosecution saying, you want to talk about authenticity of the tape? Sean Combs admitted it was him in his Instagram apology. That's authenticity right there, which again begs the question, why on earth he decided from a legal point of view it was a good idea to make that video. I still don't know, Brian.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you know, hindsight's a great thing. I don't think he ever saw this coming. But there's no way to get around the video. The question is, what does the video mean in the context of these charges? And I'll say that.
Okay, so I'm going to see some tea on that statement he just made about the matter of Sean Puffy Combs' apology to Cassie. So I think he did it because he was high and scared. Remember, Sean Puffy was arrested with whatever they're calling pink Oaina. Okay, he was arrested with that. Okay, cocaine, y'all know what that is, okay? The good stuff, right? He was arrested with some of it. So it's like, what he was doing up until the point he got arrested with it. He knew he was in New York, and he knew he was going to talk to the feds, and he knew they could be potentially pulling up on him at any given minute because they had already raided his homes in every single state he lived in. Okay, type shit. So it's like, whatever. I think he was high. I think he got high and got scared and got on there and started talking and started rambling, said a lot of goofy, stupid shit. And it also, like a lot of things, domino affected on him. What do you guys think? Why do you guys think Sean Puffy Combs gave Cassie a video public apology? Drop it in the chat along with your teacups. Remember to also like and subscribe when you come in and fill your teacup up with Tanisha Talks Teas.
I love the move. I love the fact that they're starting with it. But unless they're going to also end with it, if this is a 2-month trial, a lot can happen in 2 months.
Mm-hmm. And by the way, I want to confirm this for sure, but I think that one of the reasons they might also bring this witness in, right, is to establish that he bought the tape and he was trying to cover up his crime, and maybe it was a sense of one of those underlying predicate crimes they have to prove for racketeering conspiracy. So not only do they get they not only get the attack, they get the cover up, which is another essential element of racketeering.
As I listened to what was being described in the opening speeches, I thought that was huge.
Yeah.
Because it's manipulation. He's not only manipulating people, he's manipulating evidence. He's the puppeteer. And I think you're absolutely right. I think they're going to go down that road really, really hard, that he threw money at cover-up, that he threw money at covering evidence, at covering witnesses. And that has a big impact on jurors. The everyday person sees that, and, you're not covering up innocent behavior. You're not covering up non-criminal behavior.
Yeah.
And it's significant evidence.
Well, Tenny Garagos, who's his defense attorney, in her opening statement said, on bribery, this is about the Intercontinental Hotel. He paid a security guard to make the footage go away. This was solely to prevent bad publicity for Combs and for Cassie. There was no law enforcement investigation. What do you think about that?
Well, you got to be careful with that, because I'm not so sure that's true. If it is true, then it's a great argument. But it begs the question, the reason that there's no law enforcement investigation, because the tape went away and you shut her up. So if I'm the prosecutor, I'm going to have a lot to say about that, that it was everything about getting rid of evidence so he would not go to jail on a state court domestic violence case. And it would also allow the government to say, I heard the defense up here talking about how this is domestic violence. Well, there's a reason it didn't get prosecuted, because he got rid of all the evidence. And he shut her up. So, it's going to go back and forth like this for 2 months.
It really is. It really is. And we just got an update from court. So Mr. Flores says, and again, first witness of the Sean Combs trial. This is somebody who had worked at the Intercontinental Hotel as a security guard. He's currently a LA police officer. So he was a security guard at the Intercontinental back in 2016. He says, there I recognize Sean Combs. He is there wearing a gray sweater. The prosecutor asks, what was your title? He replies, Assistant Director of Security. The prosecutor says, let me show you a photo of the Intercontinental Hotel. The Flores says it's shaped like a pyramid, and that exhibit has been admitted. So they're using him to lay a foundation for some of the evidence that's going to be put forward here. I have a question from Alicia Velgos. Is Jennifer Lopez being subpoenaed? Probably unlikely, right?
I can't imagine.
Because what would be the value of her testimony? What would she say?
I don't think that's going to happen. It'd be great for us, but I don't think that's going to happen. It certainly wouldn't be great for Ms. Lopez. So I wouldn't anticipate. I think we would have heard about that one loud and clear pre-trial if that was happening.
It seems that the prosecution wanted to be very specific with how they charged this. I mean, if you look at all of the allegations Sean Combs has been facing in the last 2 years, year and a half, if they wanted to potentially charge him with everything into one case, I think we would need years to get through it. They're very specific in what they charged him with and also what they didn't charge him with and who they're going to call and who they're not going to call, right?
Yeah, and you don't want to open up the door to weak evidence or to weak allegations. You do it like they've done it with, with a silencer as opposed to a shotgun, because when you do it broadly and you do it, with a kind of a broad-based brush, the defense can have a ball with it, cutting it to pieces. I think the way they've charged it is smart. Whether they've overcharged it with racketeering, we're going to find out.
Got a question from Vanessa. How long do you think the trial will last? We believe it's going to be 8 weeks, which is a significantly long time. I mean, tough for a jury to sit on any case, let alone a high-profile case like this, let alone with the evidence they're going to see. 8 weeks. That's no wonder you needed 6 alternates, right?
I'm going to say something, though. We got a jury this morning. They opened, we're into witnesses. I've had experiences, a lot of experiences in federal court as opposed to state court. Everybody has the mind and memory of the Simpson trial, which, lasted forever. It was a state court process.
Let's stop right there and sip some tea. Sorry, guys. I would have been in here like 2 seconds earlier, but I'm eating potato chips. And I don't want all the crunching on the screen. So anywho, right? They're talking about who will be dragged down through here with Diddy. I also saw Michael B. Jordan's name up there. I don't know why. Is it because he got the #1 movie out right now? Like, what's going on? We never really know why people do the stupid shit that they do. But I guess we're going to maybe find out. However, where's Usher? If anybody can give a firsthand account to how Diddy behaves in a sexual nature, with minors, it would definitely be Usher. He had some type of a physical custody of Usher when he was like 11 years old or some shit like that. And Usher has alluded to the fact that, yes, he's seen a lot of adults engaging in a lot of sexual activities, including Diddy's, and that he possibly was also a minor when he was made to encounter sexually with adults. Where is Usher? Okay, where is Justin Bieber? That when Usher got tired of doing whatever things he was doing in the Diddy camp, he recruited Justin Bieber when he was also a very young minor child. Where is Justin Bieber? Okay. Then there's like Jamie Foxx. Wasn't Jamie Foxx the cameraman for Diddy before Jamie Foxx became famous on In Living Color, or potentially during In Living Color? Wasn't he carrying around the big camcorders I used to carry around back in the early 90s and shit like that, recording everything that Diddy did? Didn't Jamie Foxx come out about a year or so ago and say that he had salacious footage of Diddy? And then didn't Jamie Foxx wind up almost dead in the hospital? Wasn't it suspicions around Diddy potentially doing that to Jamie Foxx, because Jamie Foxx said he was the videographer for Diddy and he used to carry around a big ass camera for Diddy and record everything Diddy did, including engage in sexual activities? Where is Jamie Foxx to testify about Diddy's nature and character? Those are 3 key people that I can think of that should be at the Diddy trial: Usher, Justin Bieber, and Jamie Foxx. Okay, who else do you guys know? Like, we really know. I think I'll Be Sure should probably be up in there. I think a lot of the young boy bands that Diddy made back in the day, like B2K and the Bump 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 Boys with Omarion and all of them, and they go bump bump bump. Ain't that them, B2K? Yeah. They should be in there talking about Diddy, because isn't it alleged that they were, made to, I believe it's Omarion and them, made to engage in intimate or sexual, acts with each other, boys, all boy group, at the hands of being supposed to be managed by Diddy? Okay. Who do you guys believe should also be down to the Diddy trial to testify? Drop your tea in the chat and we will sip it and see if it has any relevancy to Diddy's life. We are listening to All Things Diddy. First day of his trial starts now.
Prosecution. Federal court cases don't go like that. And sometimes when they estimate 8 weeks for a federal case, suddenly 8 weeks turns into 6. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a little less than the time period they're projecting.
Well, we'll see. They're going to be taking off for certain holidays as well and things like that. And obviously there could be some issues that delay trial. 8 weeks, long time. Question from Kaylee. Sorry, I'm mispronouncing it. My question is if Sean Combs is found guilty, what does that mean for all that have been implicated? Do they get charged? Now, that wouldn't be the first time, Brian, that we see a prosecution of one individual first that potentially leads to the arrest and indictment and prosecution of other people.
Yeah, you do see it. You see it in cases where people are convicted and then they roll on other people. I don't envision that here. They had plenty of time to make decisions about charging other people. Unless something happens during this trial in the way.
Diddy is the big fish. Now, there are rumors, saying that there are bigger fish than Diddy that could be caught. However, I hear that they're of the Caucasian persuasion and, just in places and spaces that right now nobody's investigating them or looking out for them, like the Epstein's, you know what I'm saying, where the Caucasian persuasion, it took time for them to be brought to the light of what they were doing. We'll have to see. But right now, Diddy's the big fish on the hook. Believe that. Okay? He's the big fish on the hook.
Of additional evidence coming in or witnesses making declarations that weren't anticipated. I'd be stunned if we got more people prosecuted out of this unless there was some kind of effort made on the part of Diddy after the fact if he were to be convicted to cooperate, which I don't anticipate at all.
By the way, Brian, the reason we're having this in-depth conversation right now as the court is in session and we're providing live updates, there are no cameras in federal court. Why are there no cameras in federal court? Why is there no audio generally permitted in federal court? What's the rationale here when you have state courts across the country?
I absolutely love the host of Law and Fucking Crime because he answers every single one of my questions. You gotta love it. Tanisha Talks Teats. I was like, they might as well open the court up. We already know everything going on. Open up the courthouse, make it a public affair. Diddy is a celebrity. None of his life is hidden. He used to have Jamie Foxx carrying around a camera, for God's sake. The videography, everything about his life. His life is a movie. He's a movie star. Open up the courthouse and let us in.
The country that do permit it.
Yeah, and I practice in a state court that doesn't. The federal courts just universally have a belief that cameras in the courtroom can have a disastrous effect on juries and courtroom proceedings. That jurors can be compromised, that jurors can be exposed to things that they shouldn't be exposed to, and they're very protective of the jury system. The flip side of it is these are public trials, and particularly in cases like this where the public cares about it and wants to know, I've always had the view that they ought to be able to see it because people can be distrustful. And sometimes things happen behind closed doors that, jurors may benefit from the fact that there isn't any cameras, but people, the citizens, don't. So I don't think we're ever going to see it change. I wish it would. And for those state courts that don't have it, like Pennsylvania, I wish they would put the cameras in there so everybody can see how the sausage is made.
And we could see more of Brian McMonagle, because who doesn't want that at the end of the day? We all want to see Brian McMonagle a little bit more.
Well, that would be the reason not to, perhaps, but
well,
my family would disagree with you.
So we have another update from court right now because it's currently in session. We just talked about no cameras. The prosecutor asked, what kind of incidents did you respond to? Again, this is the former security guard at the Intercontinental Hotel. Mr. Flores says all kinds. We had a couple of suicides there. We prepare incident reports, the 5 W's. The prosecutor says, would you attach photos to the reports? The response, yes, but not video. We did not have the password. Okay, so all laying up into the foundation of this alleged attack from Sean Combs against Cassie Ventura. Here's something interesting. We have a poll up. Poll says, do you think the 2016 hotel video will be crucial to this case? 85% of the people who took this poll say yes. 15% say no. Now, crucial, ambiguous word about what that means. It's obviously going to have to be considered by the jury. I would say 100% has to be considered by the jury. But will it sway them to say Sean Combs is guilty or not? I don't know. What do you think, Brian?
Well, it makes him a bad guy. And, you know, a lot of jury trials are tried with people who are celebrities.
And I'm going to pause it right there and sip some tea right at this point. It makes him look like a sex trafficker. It makes everything that Cassie said Diddy did be like a monster. We've all seen like the last Rambo movie, where his niece or whoever that he was, you know, stepping in like a father figure was kidnapped by her own friend and then turned over into sex trafficking. What they do to you in sex trafficking is exactly what Diddy was doing to Cassie on that hotel floor. Okay, where do traffickers and people that, you know, sell people and do things, what are they doing at? Hotels. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, the video makes it look 10 times worse to anybody that's listening to Cassie's testimony about Diddy's lifestyle and then what he's doing to her in the hallway at the hotel. He looks like a sex trafficker in the hotel video. Yes, Sean Puffy Combs does.
These who don't have that kind of baggage, that, you know, you don't have to think, well, wow, he did this, he did that, maybe he's not the great guy we think he is. Well, this is a bad guy. I mean, this video paints him as a bad guy. And when you're in the defense camp like I am and you're defending a case, it stinks to start with, I got a bad guy sitting next to me, because if he's a bad guy, maybe he's capable of everything the prosecution says he is. Having said that, I think the defense is going to work really, really hard to call this what it is. It's bad conduct. It's a criminal charge in state court. We're in federal court. They've made a federal case out of a guy who's committed state court assault.
Yeah. Violence, not sex trafficking. Two separate things. Yep. That's what they're going to be arguing is. Got a question, a super chat question.
But as I said, tea sippers, okay? According to what Cassie Ventura is saying, Diddy is a sex trafficker. And that's what he made her, you know, live, you know, to live with him doing. The video confirms what Cassie is saying Diddy did, which was sex traffic her. By him grabbing her, kicking her, you know, punching her, throwing her to the floor, hitting her with heavy objects, then dragging her back to a hotel room that looks like he was sex trafficking her. Say he wasn't. She said he did, and then the video shows him treating her like, what? A sex trafficker. Okay.
G. Disney, thank you so much for your contribution, G. Disney. Really appreciate it. What reforms, industry-wide or legislative, should be proposed to prevent replication of similar abuse by other powerful figures? It's an interesting question. What do you think, Ryan?
Well, I don't think there's going to be any legislation, but, you know, guilty verdicts will have that effect. And, you know, if at the end of this trial there's a guilty verdict, and we discussed another pending case that's going on now with some rather wealthy folks, it tends to send messages. It tends to clean up bad behavior. A guilty verdict in this case, I think, would go a long way toward that. Whether there's ever going to be legislation on this, I mean, what legislation could you impose? You either make conduct criminal or you don't. Could you add different crimes to the crime code? I suppose you could, but the government would tell you we've already got the crimes on the books, and that's why we prosecuted them for it.
One of the questions I keep getting asked constantly about this case, I don't think anybody's asked it yet today, is will Sean Combs take the stand? He did it in his last trial so many years ago, the nightclub shooting, very different circumstances. You think he'll take the stand this time around?
I don't. And that's just a gut reaction. I think he's got too much to answer for. And I think what we're seeing with the defense in this case is just a kind of a clinical attack on the elements of the charges. I think if he got up there and testified, he'd be subjected to some significant cross-examination.
They would rip Diddy a new asshole. If Diddy, all women, if Diddy got on the stand, they would rip Diddy a new asshole. Diddy would want to die and never be born again. He wouldn't even want to be reincarnated. Because Diddy has got some very, very bad, scandalous things that are surrounded around him. You get 4 or 5 badass women attorneys, and a lot of it's doing with sex and women and, just the worst crimes against women and that you could possibly be charged with. They're going to rip Diddy a new asshole. But I'm curious. I will be sipping tea if Diddy gets on the stand or not. What about y'all? Do y'all think he'll take the stand?
Once a client testifies, you lose control of the case. You lose control of him. And while I'm sure he's a very eloquent guy and a smart guy, if I'm cross-examining him, I'd spend the first, hour replaying the video while he's on the witness stand without even asking him a question. Not so sure they want to put him through all that.
We have an earlier question, sorry I didn't get to it till now, from Render Token HODL. Was there any additional evidence brought to light? So maybe you mean during opening statements. Look, there was the mention of Mia. They mentioned Cassie Ventura. Maybe new, maybe not. It does become a question, I think, Brian, how much is going to be shown to this jury? What do I mean by that? Leading up to this case, everything was redacted. Everything was blacked out. Is it not going to be anymore? Are we going to know everything by the end of 8 weeks?
Oh, yeah. You're going to have to unredact it, identities, etc. Personal information, no, but, Social Security, that kind of factual, statistical information. But names, identities, you can't have a fair trial. You can't cross-examine witnesses without that material being redacted. So with the exception of, maybe some identifying information about bank accounts and things like that, all bets are off. It's coming in, it's getting unredacted.
We got a few more minutes here. I want to tell everybody what's happening in court. Again, this former security guard at the Intercontinental Hotel is being questioned right now. First witness of this trial, of Sean Combs' criminal trial. Prosecutor asks, when did this incident take place? Mr. Flores says, 11 a.m. I got a report of a woman in distress on the 6th floor. I closed the security base and checked the cameras. There was an African-American man pacing back and forth. I didn't see a female. I rushed there. So again, going into this, remember why this is important, Brian, right? The prosecution saying this isn't just an episode of him beating her up. It's an episode where she was escaping a certain kind of situation. It's a characteristic, a symptom of a larger forced sexual pattern. And I understand why they're starting with it, but the defense has been saying this is just an unfortunate domestic spat, but this is a very, very particular situation. I have to tell the defense, for the prosecution's point of view, having him running there in a towel, the optics of that, it definitely helps their case, no?
It's staggering evidence, and it fits the narrative that they're trying to project.
Exactly, that he's a sex trafficker. Thank you.
Coercion,
that's what it looked like to me.
If
she said it, that's what it was.
Behavior,
then
and it doesn't get.
I could definitely.
We've all seen videos with domestic violence in it. This is pretty bad. She's trying to get away. She's gotten away,
and he drags her back.
Banks. And this guy has the insanity, the audacity to chase her down a hallway, wearing a towel, beat her up, drag her back. It doesn't get a whole hell of a lot worse than this, obviously short of a homicide.
Got a question from KC. Do you think Sean will try to throw other celebrities into the fire as well? I don't know.
Better.
I don't think so, no?
Shit.
I don't know where that gets him.
Diddy has been trying to get out of jail since he knew he was going. He is snitching on niggas. Yes. That's why people been paying, celebrities been paying people all types of shit. Do y'all think he has Jay-Z on video? I don't think so. I think Jay-Z covered his shit. Whatever Jay-Z had going on, y'all niggas wasn't recording it. He was making sure y'all wasn't catching in with his draws down. So, but I believe Diddy, if Diddy gets time, he's gonna throw somebody's. Watch what I say. I don't see Diddy being that, tough guy like that. That's just gonna go to the feds by his goddamn self. I just don't see it in Diddy. I never have, and I don't now. Okay.
Sinking ships. They try and sometimes drag other ships down. I don't see that here. He's got a brilliant defense team. They're going to make this an attack on the charges. I don't think that they're going to be pointing fingers at anybody else.
I do. Let him start
take
getting
what
close
blame
to
he
the
has to
end
take
and
on what they
look
have
like
to
he
take blame
going
on,
down.
and
I
they'll
bet you
argue
grab
that there
2 or 3
just
niggas
has
with
been
him.
an absence of evidence on what's important in order to prove racketeering. And I think a lot of this is going to be directed toward consent.
Okay, so let's say that they have Diddy and Stevie J on film. I'm not saying they do, I'm saying let's say for example, right? Just for sake of a example. And they are coercively forcing people to take drugs and have sexual encounters with them. And they're out of their mind. They don't know what they're doing. And you can see clearly that that's what's happening. You think Diddy's going to go to prison by himself, or do you think Stevie J is going to go with him? If Diddy is suspected of having something to do surrounding Biggie Smalls' murder, what make you think he wouldn't take somebody to prison with him if he is caught with his pants down, but others were there with him too? Biggie Smalls was Puff Daddy's best friend, right? Oh, okay. We'll see though.
Call people prostitutes. They're going to call people escorts. They're going to say they were paid for their services. They're going to say they came there with eyes wide open, and that this isn't what the government has alleged.
Doesn't the defense have to be careful of that, how they cross-examine alleged victims, saying you're out it for the money, or you were heartbroken, or you kept coming back, or if you really did have an issue, how come you didn't go to authorities? We live in a different day and age, and beating up, that's not fair. Cross-examining these alleged victims.
Let's sip this tea. Diddy is a guy that is very much so known for not paying people, being downright evil, cruel, and mean to people for no apparent reason, taking Al B. Sure's baby mama from him, his whole entire life from Al B. Sure. Yes, Diddy is a unloyal, no dignity. Diddy ain't got no dignity, no morality, or anything like that, right? Yes, if Diddy goes down and he think he could drag a few folks with him, I bet you he is doing that.
Can look like beating them up, and you have to be careful about that, right? I remember there was at least one prospective juror this past week, who admitted they were excused from the jury. If I see a witness being questioned, an alleged victim being questioned about why they didn't report it at first, I'm going to understand it. I might side with them, right? And that shows a bias. But it does become a question of the technique and the manner in which they cross-examine these alleged victims. And I don't think it's a mistake, that Tenny Garagos did the opening statement today as opposed to Mark Agnifilo.
I don't think there's any doubt about it. I mean, they have to be able to walk that fine line, particularly today, now that the pendulum has swung with obviously these movements. And having said that, you can't get up and attack somebody's credibility without attacking their credibility. You can't cross-examine people and try to suggest they're not telling the truth without attacking them on their veracity. And so you want to call it victim shaming, call it whatever you want. I don't care if it's a sexual assault case or an eyewitness to a murder. Either you're going to cross-examine them or you're not. And if you're not going to cross-examine them, you should have pled guilty, 4 or 5 days ago. So I think the gloves are coming off. I really do. And I think by putting, some of the lawyers they've put on this team who can have it both ways, they can say, hey, listen, I'm a woman. I'm the last person in the world to agree with domestic violence. I don't like what he did here.
Right.
But they charged him with a crime he didn't commit.
So, giving everybody a final update from court, because we're going to have to be signing off in a minute. But what did you see on the 6th floor? Mr. Flores says, Mr. Combs in a towel and some like colored socks. He's a rapper, producer, and Cassie on the floor. Prosecutor says, let me show you some photos. And Combs was apparently in a tuxedo, and in a separate photo, Cassie Ventura is smiling. Listen, here's what we're going to do. We're going to do these live shows every day. That's our plan. We're going to be doing these live lunch shows every day. We are going to be doing daily sidebar recaps every night about what happened in court from that day. Particularly with no cameras or audio, we're going to do our best to recap all the important moments and also provide you legal analysis of what's happening, like with our great guest, Brian McMonigal, who was fantastic today, as he is always. Brian, thank you so much for coming on. It was great seeing you, and I know the audience and I really appreciate your insight into all this.
Jesse, thank you for having me. It's great to see you.
Great seeing you. Everybody, take care. We're going to be wrapping up. I'm Jesse Weber. Stick with us here at Law and Crime.
Okay, this is outside the Diddy courthouse. Okay. So I think we sipped all the tea from Law and Crime today. Currently. I'm pretty sure in New York it's like what? 6 o'clock maybe? 7 o'clock, 7 p.m. I'm pretty sure they done wrapped up Diddy. They done probably wrapped up Diddy. So, I want to thank you for being here. Let's find some other tea. And then we're going to wrap up Diddy's first day of trial as well. Okay. So, TMZ is talking to you on Diddy, of course. So let's do some tea over on TMZ and see what they are saying.
Is going to testify. You will hear then the prosecutor, or we will tell you because there's no audio or visual inside the courtroom. We'll let you know what prosecutors, how they lay out their case and how the defense lays out its side. But what was announced today in court is there is a new alleged victim, but it's not necessarily what you think.
Victim 5 is how the government refers to this person. Someone that they want to testify against Diddy. But it's not a victim of the crimes that he is facing in this trial.
There are 4 alleged victims for which Diddy is accused of violating the law. 4 of them, 3 ex-girlfriends, 1 ex-employee. This person is not somebody where Diddy is charged with assaulting her or committing any crime against her. This is somebody who is going to testify, according to prosecutors, that this is Diddy's MO. Yeah. This is the way he operates.
That's exactly right. This is being referred to as victim number 5. It's not with respect to the charged offenses. It's what's called a prior bad acts or an MO witness under the rules of evidence. And they are going to allow her to testify in this trial. However, Judge Subramanian did say something interesting. He's not going to afford anonymity to this witness. So we'll have to see if that witness does take the stand. We're going to see who exactly that is.
The fact that they were asking for the anonymity makes me feel that that's something she wanted.
Probably.
Now, did she want? Is she, now that she's not?
Is it a deal breaker?
Is it a deal breaker for her? I mean, I'm sure prosecutors are going to be trying to convince her to still testify, even without the anonymity.
But the bigger thing, actually, is we thought today prosecutors were going to talk in open court about victim number 3, because she is the person who has not cooperating with the prosecution, does not want to testify.
At this stage, it appears she will not be there to testify.
They say,
even the prosecutors say that they have not been able
to find her,
get in touch with her, because
nor her lawyer.
Right.
And we're going to get into our Tubi documentary and our Tubi weekly show in a minute, but this comes up in the Tubi show because there are some people who feel, and we can't support this, but you will hear this on the Tubi show, she was paid off. That she made some kind of a deal.
The conspiracy theory. When a witness suddenly disappears and says they're not going to testify, that's what everyone thinks.
Now, the other thing that is really interesting that happened in court today is that the defense talked about the relationship between Diddy and Cassie, because
this is actually an exchange that happened late yesterday in court.
Oh, and this is really revolving around the Cassie video.
Because you can tell that the defense, we've said this all along, this is going to be the incredible mountain that the defense has to somehow get over, this video and what it means about the relationship between Cassie and Diddy. Now, the exchange between the prosecutor and Diddy's defense was all about violence in that relationship. And what Diddy's defense, what they said in court, is that this was a violent relationship and that
mutual.
Exactly, that Cassie had also struck him on other occasions. So it seems like that's what they're going to get into. And the judge said, look, if you, the prosecutors, bring up any of Cassie's medical injuries, then you are opening the door to cross-examination where they can bring up mutual combat.
I got to tell you something. I think this is a big mistake. This is just my opinion, but he's not being charged with the beating. What he has to do is get over the optics for a jury where the jury is saying, this is a violent, brutal man. Look at what he did to her. You know, what we thought they were going to do and what they had said earlier that they were going to do, in fact, Mark Agnifilo said it, was we're going to be harder on Diddy than the prosecution is and say this is deplorable, it's despicable, it is awful, we have no defense to it. If it feels like if this feels like this is a defense to what he did, you're looking at a large man and a small woman, and a woman who on the stand is extremely pregnant.
Yep.
That is playing with fire. So every week, every Thursday.
Told you, T-sippers, okay? Cassie's very pregnant. She's almost due. She's due like in August or September with her 3rd baby with her now current husband, Flynn guy, okay? That if she gets up there let's say his defense attorneys start trying to attack Cassie in the event of, well, you hit him too. We don't have any video of Cassie hitting him. Is there evidence of Cassie ever hitting Diddy anywhere? Did he ever go to the hospital? Did he ever file a police report? Did he ever take any pictures of any marks or bruises? Okay, but there is video footage of him beating her. right? Okay. It's not going to be cute at all if they get up there and try to attack their girl in the moment of her going through what she went through with Diddy's ass.
Thursday night, we're going to drop a new episode. It's called TMZ Presents United States versus Sean Combs Inside the Diddy Trial, where we have kind of the inside strategies that we're hearing about, the scoop, even the gossip around the trial. We did our first one that dropped last night with Nancy Grace there. You see Mark Garagos, Ebony K. Williams, and Ashley Banfield from News Nation. And I got to say, they were amazing. I mean, they had such interesting things to say. But we've talked about Mark Garagos, who got in trouble with the judge.
Is he or isn't he?
Is he on
He got in trouble with
not?
the judge because the prosecutors believe he is working on Diddy's defense.
And he said something on our Two Angry Men podcast calling the prosecutors six-pack of white women, which really pissed them off and pissed the judge off. So we got into that on the Tubi show. Is the judge viewing you as a member of the defense team? Because you have been all over that courthouse this week. And are you on the Diddy defense team? Because I can't get a straight answer from you.
ChatGPT, can I make money on Airbnb with
Oh, wow.
$0?
TMZ are on a commercial break. Do you guys want to also go and review the TMZ United States versus Diddy trial live on Tanisha Talks Tees? Like, I've covered stuff from Tubi, from TMZ, and I don't usually get violations for that because it's under the Fair Use Act of copyrighted material. And Tubi's a free network, so I'm thinking about adding that here now after we get done summing this up. Okay, anyway.
On that, especially when in full disclosure, before we started this about 15 minutes ago, you said I could not give you a history of the law in this area. So then to ask me the question after you made me promise I wasn't going to mention Shepard versus Maxwell.
Oh, God. I sat behind Garagos. He was on the in the gallery on the pew that they had set up for people associated with the defense. I saw Mark and his daughter down in the cafeteria on the 8th floor. By the way, Mark likes to drink, it looks like Perrier water or sparkling water. Mark also was the center of attention in the 8th floor cafeteria during lunch, where the entire defense team had taken over the middle of the room, 2 tables. All of them were on their phones.
I sound like you're part of the defense team to me.
I don't know, Harvey, just look at him. It looks to me like he's given up law and he's going into medicine.
Yeah, it's true.
Here's what I love about this panel that you've set up. We are really holding Garagos' feet to the fire because he's a guy who can talk a blue streak. He can talk around issues. He's a very skilled lawyer. And we had someone who said, no, I saw you in the courtroom. I saw what you were doing. You also have Nancy Grace, who's a former prosecutor, holding his feet to the fire. You've got people who say, like, look, you look like you're in scrubs. I love the sort of makeup of the panel, and you're really getting sort of a sense of the behind the scenes.
Well, we're going to do it every Thursday night. It's a series during the trial that will last until the verdict. Again, it is called TMZ Presents United States versus Sean Combs Inside the Diddy Trial. It is available now free on Tubi.
Anya in Kansas City. You know, as we get closer to the trial, I do find it interesting, the Cassie incident notwithstanding, I do see the kind of public tides turning just a little bit as we learn more about who's accusing him.
Oh, y'all, wait a minute. Go back to that picture.
Cassie incident notwithstanding, I do see the kind of public tides turning just a little bit.
Look at Cassie, y'all. Oh, she's very, very big and pregnant, about to pop. I did not know until, like, I think yesterday Cassie was pregnant. Did you guys know she was pregnant? I think she just announced it recently. Okay. In February. So, yeah. That's Cassie there, very almost. She's in her 3rd trimester. So,
As we learn more about who's accusing him of what and hear his evidence and hear his rebuttal, I honestly think this trial could end in a surprising way that many didn't assume it would end when it first began.
Well, we've seen it in many other trials before where you think it's going to go one way and it doesn't. Okay, we're moving on.
Yes.
Let's go to Rome. Let's go to the Vatican.
All right. So that is more stuff from TMZ. I want to check out just a few more places over here, and then we can all go and look at what they talked about on Thursday if you guys want. We could.
What if I told you you just need to wet this
race? Start off with this Thursday, because now the trial started, right? And they would have already been given testament to what they see going on now in the trial this Thursday. What do you guys want to do? It's up to you, because we've already covered up until this point most things Diddy. So
Combs sex trafficking.
And remember, drop those teacups in the chat. I see a lot of you coming in, filling up your teacups, and not at least paying a little like or a subscription to the channel. Please remember to like and subscribe when you come in and fill your teacup up with all of the tea. Today we are sipping from Diddy's cup, y'all. Brace yourselves, okay? I'm putting a little sugar in it so it's not so, because Diddy leaves a bad in your mouth right now, right? Okay, so remember to like and subscribe. Thank you.
Trafficking trial. Prosecutors claim Combs ran a criminal enterprise with his trusted inner circle and committed crime after crime for 20 years. Now the defense is responding, accusing the government of trying to turn choices among consenting adults into a racketeering case. The defense also says the now infamous hotel security video of Combs and then girlfriend Cassie Ventura shows a fight over a phone. ABC's Rena Roy's outside the courthouse, and legal analyst Ariva Martin is taking a closer look at that case for us. So, Rena, what sticks out to you so far from these opening statements?
Well, Diane, we have been watching Sean Combs closely as he listens in on these opening statements, and I can tell you that he's sitting at the defense table with his arms crossed. He looks pretty passive. He doesn't appear to have much of an expression on his face as he listens into pretty explicit detail that's being laid out by the prosecution. He did meekly stand at one point as the defense introduced him to the jury, but the prosecution went first, telling the jury Sean Combs to the public was a cultural icon, that he was larger than life, but that there was another side to him, a side that ran a criminal enterprise for 20 years. They went into detail about the drug-fueled sex marathons that they say Combs forced women into, including his ex-girlfriend Cassie Ventura. But the defense is arguing in their opening statement, as you said, that the government is trying to turn relationships and choices involving consenting adults into a racketeering case. And they say that will not work. They say to the jury he might appear to be a jerk or mean at times, but that's not what this case is about. Diane.
So, Ariva, what do you make of these opening statements so far?
Pretty much what I expected, Diane. I knew the prosecution would come out swinging to try to make their case that this is a racketeering case, that this involves violence, it involves coercion, it involves transporting people across state lines for sexual intercourse and for this kind of conduct that's been described in these freak-offs. And we also knew that the defense would push back. Their claim is that this is all consensual sex involving adults. And they're also suggesting that this video that we're going to see of Cassie Ventura is not a video of violence and coercion in terms of sex trafficking, but rather it's domestic violence. And that domestic violence is not one of the charges that Sean Diddy Combs is facing in this case.
Yeah, we also heard the defense attorney say something to the effect of he's not being prosecuted for being mean or being a jerk, trying to keep the jury focused on, is he guilty of these charges? Not, do you think he's a good guy? And of course, Diddy maintains his innocence here and has throughout. So what do you also make of the defense's strategy in insisting that prosecutors are trying to criminalize what they are saying is Combs' private, personal sex life?
Well, we've seen this before, Diane. This is a common defense that we see in these cases when you have adults, when you have people who are over the age of 18 involved in these cases. But that is going to be a very difficult burden for the defense to meet. We've been, it's been reported that at least 4 victims of the sex trafficking are going to testify. And of course, Cassie Ventura is going to be a star witness for the prosecution. One of the things that the defense is also trying to do is to paint these women as strong, confident women that made decisions about being in long-term relationships with Sean Diddy Combs. We know a lot of people don't understand why victims of sex trafficking don't come forward sooner and faster. Why don't they go to the police? Why don't they report this to friends and to others? So that's going to be the question these jurors have to grapple with. If these women were in fact being coerced, why didn't they say something sooner? Why didn't they report it? And they're going to have to understand, at least that's what the prosecution wants them to understand, is the huge psychological and emotional toll that this kind of conduct takes on its victims.
And Rena, they could even start calling witnesses today. How is the prosecution expected to start that part of this trial?
Right, so we know one of the first witnesses will be an escort, and following that, an early witness who is expected to be key for the prosecution's case is singer and ex-girlfriend Cassie Ventura. She is expected to lay out for jurors her side of her relationship with Combs, and prosecutors say that these are painful details of her life that she's going to be sharing. We're expecting it to likely be pretty emotional as we hear from her.
All right, Rena Roy, Ariva Martin, thank you both.
Okay, let's really tease y'all. It was not an escort. That was the first testimony. From our understanding, it was the security guard that worked at the hotel that allowed Diddy to pay them off. Okay, that's what that was. So, I know.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Our next story takes us out to the Big Apple as Sean Diddy Combs will be back in court today for day 2 of his sex trafficking and racketeering trial. Jury selection is set to resume with 19 jurors from the first day's pool moving on to the next stage. Fox 5 New York's Briella Tomasetti joins us live this morning outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan with the very latest details. A lot of eyes on this case, Briella.
I don't know why my computer just froze.
Good morning.
Gina, good morning to you. And I can tell you this, it's expected to be another busy day at court. As a reminder, yesterday, potential jurors were given a brief explanation of the charges. The judge also told them that the defendant is presumed innocent until proven guilty. That defendant, of course, Sean Diddy Combs, walked into the courtroom yesterday wearing a sweater over a white-collared shirt and gray slacks. He hugged his attorneys when he got in. As proceedings got underway, Judge Arun Subramanian jokingly compared the long list of the prospective jurors to the Lord of the Rings trilogy. Several of them said they already saw a key piece of evidence in this case, video of Combs beating R&B singer and ex-girlfriend Cassie Ventura inside a Los Angeles hotel. One woman was dismissed after describing a still image she saw from that video as, quote, damning evidence. Ventura, one of the 4 accusers, is expected to testify. By day's end, some were disqualified for personal reasons or because their opinions or past experiences would impact their objectivity. One prospective juror said she liked a video on social media posted by a comedian who joked about large amounts of baby oil found by law enforcement in the superstar's homes. She was not dismissed. At one point, Combs asked for a bathroom break, telling the judge he was a little nervous. The court ultimately hopes to seat all 12 jurors plus 6 alternates by the end of this week before opening statements begin on Monday. All of them, by the way, will remain anonymous. Prosecutors have argued that Combs used his power to force women to participate in sex performances called freak-offs. His defense team insists everything was consensual. The hip-hop mogul denies the allegations and has pleaded not guilty to federal sex trafficking and racketeering charges. Now, as you mentioned, Gina, 19 people from that first group of potential jurors are still in the running, and 36 more are expected to be questioned today. For now, we're live here, though, in Lower Manhattan. We'll send it back inside to you.
All right, Fox 5 New York's Briella Tomasetti. Briella, thank you so much for the detailed breakdown. We'll see how day 2 goes and check in with you tomorrow. Have a great rest of your day.
You too.
Thank you. And I want to share with you this latest tweet coming down on X this morning from the New York Post. It says, quote, Diddy makes sobering admission about his emotions as jury selection in bombshell NYC sex trafficking trial kicks off. So we are keeping a close eye on this case right here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, cameras not allowed inside of the courtroom because of the high profile case and all of the media attention that has surrounded this case far before a jury selection kicked off yesterday. But you can get the latest details right here on Live Now from Fox. So make sure.
Today is D-Day for Diddy. The jury seated, the prosecution painting him as a violent monster, the defense claiming all his sexual encounters were consensual. All while the rap mogul's mother, Janice, and 6 of his 7 kids are in this New York courtroom to support him. His legal team speaking outside a court about Diddy's mood today.
Upbeat, ready to have his side told in open court. Yeah. All right, thank you guys. Thank you.
As Diddy faces life in prison, he is facing off against his ex. She is victim number 1 for the prosecution.
Combs can be seen grabbing Ventura and throwing her to the ground.
One of the most anticipated witnesses in the Diddy trial, Cassie, is the woman seen in that disturbing video you've no doubt seen. She is expected to be the pillar of the prosecution's case.
Cassie is really what started this entire domino effect when she filed her lawsuit back in November of 2023.
It's amazing, because what a house of cards. Elizabeth Wagmeister is a CNN journalist who uncovered that now infamous tape. So it's been difficult to seat this jury. Many potential jurors said in voir dire that they had all seen the tape that came to you and CNN of Cassie being, pulled around in the hotel.
Look, first of all, Sean Combs is one of the most famous people on this planet. So let's forget about the tape for 1 second. It would be hard to seat a jury in any celebrity trial because people already have preconceived notions about him, whether they like him and they're a huge fan or whether they despise him.
Cassie's expected to be one of the first witnesses called.
Last time you said you were very confident about this case. Do you feel the same way?
Diddy's lead attorney, Mark Agnifilo, has said the defense will take the position that Cassie herself had a violent nature. She's pregnant, so that optically is, right? She's, I don't know, creates sympathy.
That could certainly have an impact on a jury. Usually people see a pregnant woman and they say, oh my gosh, when are you due?
Expectant mother.
Exactly. So that could definitely have an impact on the jury.
If the jury convicts Diddy, he's facing life behind bars, charged with sex trafficking, racketeering, and kidnapping. The footage of Cassie will not be the only video evidence introduced. Any other videos that might be entered into evidence that could be effective?
Absolutely. So prosecutors said in a recent hearing prior to jury selection, Billy, that they do have video and audio evidence. And we know that from these federal raids, remember way back when on both of his homes, they obtained, I heard from sources, hundreds, if not thousands of hours of footage.
A trial filled with salacious footage, and now rumors of Hollywood's biggest stars taking the stand. Are we expecting maybe to hear some celebrity names?
Yeah, I'm going to give you a little scoop, Billy. He's been famous for 30 plus years. He knows a lot of celebrities. So everybody's been wondering who's going to be dragged into this? Who are we going to be seeing? Now, I am hearing there are not going to be A-listers testifying, but that doesn't mean that they won't come up.
Diddy has denied all wrongdoing, but even if he were to walk free after this trial that's expected to last 8 weeks, his time in a courtroom is just beginning.
He faces over 60 Billy, lawsuits, And I actually have a brand new interview that is just out on CNN with an attorney who is representing dozens of those 60 accusers. Does this mean that you plan to file 400 individual claims against Sean Combs?
Yes, we do.
So his legal troubles are not ending anytime soon.
Guys, how'd you feel it went this morning?
So we have got Diddy's mom, Diddy's daughters, twins by Kim, the son, little Sean, and who is this?
This morning.
One of Diddy's daughters, also by Kim Combs. I think this is one of Kim Combs' children. Or Kim Porter, sorry. Children. So let's go on over to Tubi. And let's all watch and review the new TMZ United States versus Diddy. Thank you guys so much for sipping tea with me today. And we are sipping the first day of the Diddy trial. Okay, here it is.
Sean Diddy Combs is weeks away from finding out if he will be a free man or spend the rest of his living days in prison. A jury of 12 will decide if he committed heinous sex acts, federal crimes that could land him in prison for decades. 3 ex-girlfriends will testify. Diddy abused them, sexually assaulted them, raped them, drugged them. Sean Diddy Combs denies it all. His defense team is formidable. 8 highly experienced lawyers, but the prosecutors in this case are fierce. So we're at the end of week 1. Jury selection is wrapping up. Opening statements start Monday. We have some of the best legal minds in the country talking about what went on inside the courtroom, what's going on behind the scenes, what are the strategies, what's the buzz, what's the gossip.
I hope they fucking lock his ass up for the rest of his life. Put him underneath the jail.
TMZ presents United States versus Sean Combs inside the Diddy trial. And welcome to Inside the Diddy Trial. I'm Harvey Levin. Let's get right to it. Mark Garagos, in some way, shape, or form, represents Diddy, although we don't know if it's in the criminal case, and he won't say. Ebony K. Williams is the host of Equal Justice and Holding Court. Nancy Grace, host of Crime Stories with Nancy Grace. And Ashley Banfield, host of Banfield on News Nation, also host of the Drop Dead Serious podcast. Here are the stakes in this case. Diddy faces 1 count of racketeering conspiracy, 2 counts of sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. If he is convicted on all counts, he could face life in prison. We got a picture of Cassie yesterday, and I gotta say, she looks like she is ready to pop. And that woman is going to take the stand. And Diddy's defense is he's not a criminal, he's a swinger, and that he and Cassie and others led a swinger's lifestyle. I think optics matter in every trial, and it's going to be a tough road for the defense to characterize her optically as a swinger when she comes into court pregnant and looks like she's ready to give birth.
Not only that, Harvey, super pregnant. She actually looks like I looked just a few months ago. I've got a 9-month here. You might hear her chiming in. She's got thoughts and opinions too here. Yeah, and optics matter, Harvey, here. And also, Cassie's not just a girl, a pregnant woman. She's a wife. She's now a mother. I think this is her third child with her husband. She's a family woman now. So I think it's going to be a harder sell for the defense to sell her as this freewheeling, super promiscuous, in the lifestyle, goes for any and everything type of with the baby oil and swingers of it all, when she's coming in as a married woman, very pregnant, you know, in the family way,
you know
as
what?
they used to say.
She's right. Hey, Garagos,
like
don't you think
pregnant?
that's a very difficult cross-examination? Mark Garagos, when you have a pregnant lady, a mom, up on the stand, I mean, you know, how cruel can you be? You can't really, shred her on the stand. A pregnant lady, you got to be really careful how you cross-examine certain witnesses, or the jury will turn on you. If they perceive you as a bully, bullying someone, that's not going to go down very well at all. They got to be really careful cross-examining.
They have threesomes on Wisteria Lane, guys. They have threesomes on Wisteria Lane, and we don't know what some of these jurors said when they whispered their embarrassing answers.
Okay,
Mark,
everywhere. Mark, you got to answer Nancy, because it's true.
I was going to say, Nancy, I think, will admit that there are various ways to cross-examine a witness. Mind you, if it's true that their witnesses, their star witnesses, are ex-girlfriends, presumably long-term ex-girlfriends, there are going to be good times
ex-girlfriend
along
can't
with
be
the
raped.
bad times.
Okay.
Did I say that? And I don't
like the way you and Levin keep slinging that around. They're all ex-girlfriends, like that makes them, they can't be raped.
No,
Nancy, that's not an opinion.
Nancy,
that's the connection.
If they are ex-girlfriends, presumably there were feelings and there were mutual feelings. If that's the case, and you're doing a cross-examination, I would imagine
mutual feelings. My rear end. Combs didn't care about these women. They were pawns. Look. According to the state and according to witnesses, Sean Combs would sit there and watch his phone and masturbate while he had his lighting director get the right angle on these women who were drugged so they could be raped on video. Okay? They call it euphemistically a freak off.
So I'm going to ask you one more time. If you want me to answer the question that it originally was before you went on the polemic, the question is, how do you handle a witness like that? If it's an ex-girlfriend, if it's somebody who was at one time in love with him, then there is a different approach. You're not going to beat somebody over the head.
Yes, answer. You keep talking, but you never get to the answer.
The answer is you're going to take a different approach. I just said you're not going to beat somebody over the head like that, especially if somebody is about to give birth. I mean, that's the last thing you're going to do. Why would you antagonize somebody who is a crucial witness when you've got jurors who are, I just was discussing with Harvey, they're watching every single thing you're doing in a courtroom. Jurors are focused on the witness, they're focused on the lawyers. No lawyer is going to antagonize a witness, especially an important witness, just to make some kind of perceived
I hope you're right.
I want to show you something. There are opinions about this case that are just baked in. And this ultimately all goes to the Cassie video, I think. And so this is just a very small sampling of what a lot of people are saying.
I'd just like to point out that not a single person has come forward to say that Diddy's innocent. Anybody write no character statement for Diddy because they know he did all of that.
You can't put nothing past a man that will deliberately inflict pain on the woman that he loved. I think he did everything. I think he did it all.
Diddy, your ass going up the river.
So, Ashley. Undeniably, this is going to happen when Cassie's on the stand. Prosecutors are going to show the video of Diddy viciously beating her.
Sure.
And you're going to have a pregnant woman describing what she went through. It seems to some, it's case over.
Yeah, but I think that, an assailant doesn't always a racketeer make. I think that's the argument. Like, this is definitely an assault, but is it a rape? Is it racketeering? Is it all of the other parts of it? Is it trafficking? So then it becomes his word against hers and his word against the others as well. I think there's always a defense. That's a terrible thing, without question. P.S. We didn't even show the video of him apologizing for it. He put it all over Instagram and all over social media and then took it down, but basically copped to having done that. So yeah, that's terrible stuff, but it doesn't meet all the other charges.
And to Ashley's point, Harvey, it's really, really terrible stuff. But in that video that she's referring to that was on social media, which I thought was just a bad tactical move by the part on Combs and co. But anyways, it could create, and his argument was, that was who I was on the worst day of my life. And I am not the entirety of the one horrible thing I did on the worst day of my life.
Oh,
now,
girl,
I don't know how many,
stop,
I don't know how many people,
that is
Nancy,
not even the law.
I don't know.
The law is one may immediately regret the deed, but that does not negate what happened.
But he is not charged with domestic. Nancy, he's not charged with assault, and you know that. To Ashley's point, he's not saying he didn't do anything.
I never said he was, Ebony. I'm telling you, if he gets in front of that jury and says, that was me then and this is me now, good luck.
I'm not saying that everybody's going to buy it, Nancy, but what I am saying is it's a viable argument that says, I am not necessarily guilty of the elements of conspiracy and racketeering simply because there may be this video showing me as a domestic
well, that's
abuser.
a different thing than what you
know
started
what my favorite thing is?
That's what
my favorite thing
having helped try and prepare racketeering cases, that both of you are right. Ebony and Ashley are both right. That video does not prove racketeering.
Right.
But it
and my
does
favorite
prove
thing,
she was getting dragged back into that hotel room for a freak off, and she was trying to get away.
Well, hold on.
Garagos. Nobody was swinging.
That's not what the defense is going to argue. They're not going to say it was over a freak off, right?
Yeah, I mean, the public filings dispute that. So I get that if that was the case, Nancy would have a point, but we haven't seen the evidence. So you got to wait and see the evidence, because
well, if it's consensual, Garagos, why is he dragging her back by her collar?
No, you just,
Guys,
just
take it from me. I'm your perfect juror.
Freak off. You said for a freak off.
In all the years that I've watched you guys do your jobs, and I don't mean the TV jobs, I mean, litigating. My favorite thing to see is a lawyer stand up in front of a jury in summation and say, I don't like my client. I know that you don't like my client. There are things that my client did that I hate, but he's not guilty of the things that are in front of you. And if you're good with that, and you at least tell the jury what their job is, then they can actually look at the charges and see, oh yeah, there's no assault charge here. Why'd they show me that video?
Our sources are telling us that this third alleged victim, one of the people listed in the indictment, a woman, former ex-girlfriend, not only doesn't want to take the stand next week, but we are told from the jump she never wanted to get involved in this case and has resisted, and prosecutors are having a really tough time. As we do this show right now, we are a day away from prosecutors telling us what they're going to do, whether they're going to try to call this woman, whether they'll remove her from the indictment, we don't know. Nancy, it seems weird to me that they would put somebody in an indictment who seems so unwilling.
Okay, first of all, this goes to everyone on the panel except Garagos. Here we go. Has nobody tried a case before? Because I recall trying a child sex trafficking case with similarities to the current case, and I lost my star witness. She did not want to testify. She was afraid. And I'm pretty sure this witness may have the same misgivings that my victim had. There is no need for the state to alter the indictment, such as drop a count. They've got till the end of their case to produce that witness. So I think this is much ado about nothing right now. Let's see if she doesn't show up.
Mark?
Well, Nancy's got one point. I've seen cases where they try to do the case without the witness. most jurors will tell you, in fact, I remember one vividly, most jurors will say, well, if they couldn't be bothered to show up, why am I going to pass judgment on the accused? So I think it's always an issue. I mean, you always want to have, if you're a prosecutor, you're always going to you're never going to choose to be in the position that Nancy just laid out as a prosecutor.
Something new.
Yeah, you're not going to.
Please,
I know
say
that
something
is,
new. Of course, you want your witness, duh. But if the witness doesn't show, or she's been paid off, or she's afraid, she's not going to show. They've got till the end of the case to put her up. And if she doesn't show by the end of the state's case, they drop the count.
Not necessarily. I've seen cases where they don't.
Here's what's really great, though, right, is that the prosecutors aren't relying only on victim potential witness number 3, right? We know for sure there's the named victim that will be testifying, the marquee witness we must think of her as, Cassie Ventura, who in so many ways, her civil lawsuit set this whole thing afoot. And so many of us are familiar with her as a celebrity in her own right. And so thankfully for the prosecution, they're going to have her. I have to imagine, I'm hearing she might be witness number 1, maybe number 2. So while I totally agree with Nancy, it's not anything unusual to see a hesitant victim/witness here. Not so great for the prosecution, but I think they've got plenty to start with, to Nancy's point, as they have the duration of this trial to produce victim number 3.
Do you know what is weird? Is the lawyer going underground as well. And right away, I thought when the lawyer couldn't be reached, Nancy, I think you've got it. I suspect, I always smell a rat, that somebody got paid off and a lawyer doesn't want any part of this. So she is just, well, he or she is just, ghosting the court, which I cannot believe, because if that were an important witness, that could cost millions and millions of dollars. So a lawyer just waltzing off into the sunset, I think Nancy's made a good point. It's possible there's payoff.
Hey, Ash, this is what's happening, Ash. It's like when Mark Garagos calls me, I'm like, oh, it's Garagos, whatever.
But wait a minute. But wait a minute.
That's what's happening.
Yeah,
they don't want to say anything yet. The lawyer's not responding, so they're like, yeah, I'm not taking that call.
But
That's what's happening.
she was unwilling from the jump. It's not like something happened once the indictment came down. What we're told is she was never willing to testify.
But that's not entirely true. There's a report, and listen, I don't know her from Adam, so I'm just going off the reports that I read. And the New York Post had a report saying about a week ago, she informed the prosecutors she was good with using her real name instead of her pseudonym. So I'm shocked a week later, maybe the media, all of a sudden the explosion of media on Diddy, all leading up to the trial, got real.
Last week on the Two Angry Men podcast, Mark, you described the prosecutors in a way that really angered the judge.
Yes.
6 women, all white. All white.
Correct. That's my understanding. I've only seen a couple of them, or know of a couple of them, but my understanding is you got a 6-pack of white women.
So Nancy, what do you think of Garagos calling the prosecutors a 6-pack of white women?
I think that it was rude. I think it was misogynistic. And I think he got a, let me just say, booty reaming from the judge, because the judge didn't like it either. But what Garagos says outside the courtroom is really no concern of mine. Just like what we're saying right now should not concern the jurors. Garagos has an opinion. He's very, very successful of saying things just like that. Do I like it? No. Do I care? No. All I care about is what this jury hears. So Garagos spouting off, as he is wont to do, means nothing.
And by the way, Nancy never took it personally when I referred to bleach blonde former prosecutors, and I appreciate that. She and I
this is all natural, Garagos.
I
But I want to tell you something really important and crucial about what Ashley is saying and Ebony is saying, and what Garagos is trying to say, although it takes him a really long time. What that video proves is that whatever was happening in that hotel room, be it freak off, be it a swinging situation, she didn't want part of that. It was not consensual. So when Diddy stands up, or his lawyers do, because he has not taken the stand, fat chance, and says, What I did wasn't a crime. It was all consensual. Don't hate me because I'm a swinger. They're not going to buy that because he's literally dragging Cassie Ventura back into a hotel room. Okay? So that's not consensual. Right there.
Right.
And that is a small part
Nancy,
of a bigger scheme of racketeering. Yes.
Like I said before, Nancy, the defense, I think, is not going to buy that, and they're not going to argue that, and I don't think the evidence is going to show that, but we'll wait and see. That's a heck of an argument if it were true, but I don't think that that's anywhere close to where any of this is headed. I think what you're going to see is that it's a different story, and so I would just counsel a little patience.
Well, look, I mean, Mark,
Mark,
if you're going to talk about it, because
Yeah.
we know the look, we know the filings. What they say is that the fight was not over the freak-off. The fight was over a text message on Diddy's phone that Cassie saw involving another woman. So that's what they're laying out. I mean, they've as much said that, right?
Correct. And that's what I'm saying. So before we start constructing all kinds of theories based on something that I haven't seen, because I don't think
Of him
that's
beating
detailed
her
anywhere in the
booty
indictment.
in a hotel
That
hallway.
is-
Oh, okay.
So nobody is defending, least of all him, given his apology video. Nobody's defending what he did. However, it's the context of it. Is he guilty of domestic violence? Sure looks like it to me, and he copped to it. You got the tape, you got his thing. Domestic violence is not what he's charged with.
Ebony and Ashley, talk to me about something Johnny Cochran said during the O.J. Simpson case, and boy, do I remember it, where he just stood up and said, hey, race plays a part in everything. And he was certainly right in that case, that it played a huge part. Does race play a part in this case?
The late Johnny was right, then Harvey, and he's right. It would be applicable in this case. Here, for the simple fact that historically, when you think about Black men and kind of the profile and persona in which they are portrayed, even in mass media, themes of violence, propensity for sexual violence specifically, things of this nature come into play. We know at one time, Sean Combs' defense team was prepared to argue a kind of Mann Act style. This is a targeting of my client because he's a successful, wealthy celebrity Black man in America doing well, and we know that we must take them down, the man of it all. I do believe I'm hearing that they are sidelining that argument. Personally, I'm really glad they did. I don't think it's an accident that the one Black man who was on the Sean Combs defense team originally, coincidentally, we'll say, stepped off the team when we heard word of that argument making the light of day. I don't think it would be necessary to make that argument, but I don't think you have to make the argument in court with rhetoric, right? I think the subtext of the fact that you're not going to see Sean Combs and not see a Black man in America, his affect on Black culture and Black community, and the fact that we don't know the demographic, rather, of the rest of the victims, but certainly we know that Cassie Ventura is a woman of color. She is a woman who self-identifies of some level of Black descent. And so all of these dynamics, the relationship between Black men and Black women, the history of Black women not being believed when we assert ourselves as victims of violent crime, a la Meg Thee Stallion most recently, all of these themes are going to come up, Harvey.
Ashley, you've covered a bunch of cases where they somehow insert race into the equation. It just seems inevitable here.
Yeah, it's happened a lot. Well, two things. A, I think Ebony's right, and B, I think in part she's wrong. But I think she's very right in the fact that it's a good thing that they decided to jettison the idea that somehow the government is going to come after a really big, powerful man because he's Black. I think we're beyond thinking that the government, just wants to target people for that reason. And I think in the new Trump zeitgeist, it's even more so. I think people are really, really rejecting that generally. I don't know about the Southern District, of Manhattan, the jurors and, what they feel about that and how Trumpy they are. But I will say this, watching jury selection, a lot of them come from Westchester, and a lot of them, according to some court watchers, are just not very much jury of peers. And I know we don't deserve a jury that looks exactly like us. A jury of your peers is a jury of Americans, but most Americans think a jury of your peers should kind of reflect you and be somewhat reflective of your demographic. And in this particular case so far, it doesn't really reflect him. So some concerns, yes, about race, and some other concerns, no, not about race.
What about that, Nancy?
Speaking of Johnny, you realize that Johnny's last criminal trial was of Diddy in New York. And you also realize that one of your panelists was the partner, and I think the TV show, if I'm not mistaken, was Cochran and Grace. I don't think it was Grace and Cochran. And that was Johnny's last criminal. In fact, he came out, as I remember.
It was in alphabetical order.
And as I remember,
hey, look, I learned a lot from Johnny.
Johnny had said, I'm not going to try
how
any
he
more
worked a jury,
cases.
how he worked a room. He just had that it factor. He walked in the room and everybody either wanted to be him or be with him. And he just had this affability that is rarely seen. And, you know, he could convince anybody of anything.
Okay, this sounds like a presidential
lawyer. God rest his soul.
And I loved him as well. This sounds almost like this sounds like a Dan Quayle jab. But are you saying Mark Agnifilo is no Johnny Cochran? Because Agnifilo said that he is going to show that this is a takedown of a successful black man. Nancy.
Oh, no,
Can I get y'all in the middle of the road here?
What?
This is not about black and white. This is about money. It has been estimated that Combs at one time was worth $1 billion, that's with B as in brother, dollars. That transcends all this back and forth about race. And if you want to talk about race, the vast majority of cases that I tried dealt with black victims. And I think you're losing sight of that. This is not about targeting him because he is a black male. These victims need somebody, just like Ebony said, very often minority females are ignored. Well, this is a chance to hear them and stand up for them in court.
To Nancy's point, just one comment on the victim profile, if you will, because it's not being talked about a lot. And unlike the OJ case, where to the extent, you know, Johnny made that argument obviously very successfully on behalf of OJ, the victim there were two white people and a white woman in Nicole Brown Simpson. That's going to be very, again, possibly, we don't know the demographics of the other, but if we're looking at Cassie for sure, and most of the women historically that Sean Combs has been connected to, we're talking about women of color. And that's going to make a difference because, A, this is not 1995, this is 2025. And if Sean Combs gets a significant number of black women on that jury, or enough, shall we say, I do think it's going to play differently. I think that black women are tired of being overlooked. We're tired of being ignored. Generally speaking, they're tired of being kind of complicit victims in a society. And to Nancy's point, they want someone to pay for the victimhood, generally speaking, of black women. And it might be Sean Combs.
This is a new beginning.
Where common sense
is our common ground.
Where American values unite us
and don't divide us.
This is time to come together.
For you.
For me.
For all America.
Wow. They are paying bills. So are we. Thank you guys so much for viewing with Tanisha Talks Tees, the United States versus Sean Combs, the trial of the century. Y'all chime in. Let us know exactly where you are with what you feel is going on. Okay. Amber Yu says, oh, please. Oh, please what, Amber? You know, drop a little bit more tea in the chat. Oh, please, what? Is it about the black man statement? My kids just got in from school, y'all. That's the background that you hear. Anyway, is it the black man? They're back up. So is that what you're pleasing? Please let us know. Thank you for chiming in.
Amber's discussion between one Mark Garagos and a Plea judge, a judge who was pissed off that Mark talked about a six-pack of white women on our Two Angry Men podcast. What was interesting was two things. One, that the judge essentially threatened you, Mark, with contempt if you did it again, because he said it crossed the line. But the interesting thing is the judge said, and I'm not doing this as a shameless plug, although I could do it as a shameless plug. The judge said you'd be
not
listening.
You're not doing it as a shameless plug. You should hope you don't get vaporized as you say that.
The judge said that he's going to be listening to the Two Angry Men podcast to see what you say. What was interesting there is that he is kind of warned.
And you said, great, another subscriber.
That's what I said. Okay, I cop to it. So the judge is allowing you to do the podcast, which then makes me think, is the judge viewing you as a member of the defense team? Because you have been all over that courthouse this week. And are you on the Diddy defense team? Because I can't get a straight answer from you.
Right, and I'm not going to engage with you on that, especially when in full disclosure, before we started this about 15 minutes ago, you said I could not give you a history of the law in this area. So then to ask me the question after you made me promise I wasn't going to mention Shepard versus Maxwell.
Oh, God.
It's a little much, Harvey. It's kind
a
of
simple,
rich,
factual. Okay, here's what.
Look, so you get things straight. What the issue is a local rule that they have that has not been tested in that district. I have great issue with the propriety of that rule, but I understand it's an existing rule. It was renewed in 2011. Partially, if you believe the commentators' notes, because nobody's ever litigated it. I'm not going to answer your question because I've got other cases to litigate rather than that case. So
okay, I won't belabor it, but I want to bring in Brian Andrews, who is a TMZ producer who's been covering the case, and Brian has just seen you publicly. Brian, lay it out.
Well, I sat behind Garagos. He was on in the gallery on the pew that they had set up for people associated with the defense. I saw Mark and his daughter down in the cafeteria on the 8th floor. By the way, Mark likes to drink, it looks like Perrier water or sparkling water. Mark also was the center of attention in the 8th floor cafeteria during lunch, where the entire defense team had taken over the middle of the room, 2 tables. All of them were on their phones and chitting and chatting. And I think one of my favorite stories is, Mark Garagos is a rock star. And when he showed up, he took over a conference room that they had right at the entry to the courthouse, to the courtroom doors. And on Wednesday morning, Garagos and other members of the defense group tried to get in. And the court security officer said, I'm sorry, the door's locked. You're going to have to talk to the judge's assistant. And so Garagos and his entourage were literally stuck in the gallery benches with the rest of us for the rest of the day on Wednesday.
Sounds like you're part of the defense to me.
Actually, what happened is TMZ was stalking me in the restroom, and then they were following the poor judge on the courthouse steps, and then they were stalking my daughter. And by the way, that when I have lunch with my daughter, that is also my grandbaby's mama. So let's put it in context.
I sound like you're part of the defense team to me.
I don't know, Harvey. Just look at him. It looks to me like he's given up law and he's going into medicine.
Yeah, it's true. Hey, Ashley.
Mark Garagos takes many, many forms.
He does.
It's like
Ashley,
a shapeshifter.
Ashley, you've covered a bunch of trials. And, I think we're of the same mind that optics matter. I found it really interesting because I assumed Diddy was going to come in a suit. And he comes in a sweater, a pullover sweater. And he has gray hair, he has eyeglasses, and he never changed the sweater on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, wore the same sweater. It matters what people wear. This sounds frivolous, but it does matter. What do you make of his appearance?
Well, on day one, I made that it was the Luigi Mangione approach because there is that nexus between his lawyer, who's married to Luigi Mangione's lawyer, and I assume they just shop at the same place and they have the same MO. Let's make this guy look as basic as possible. Definitely not like a hip hop star that threesomes his way through every day, but rather, is kind of like an accountant or one of us lawyers on a casual Sunday. That's what I thought about that. On day two, when he showed up in the exact same sweater and, outfit, I thought that's weird. Did somebody screw up? And okay, look, we didn't have time to go get the other outfits, or somebody left them behind. So we're here, grab this, let's go. On day 3, I thought, oh, this is strategy. You don't forget 3 times. When you show up in the same outfit 3 days in a row, I'm not exactly sure what they're trying to say, but I don't think jurors are so dumb as to think, well, I guess he must be poor now, so he can only afford one outfit. I don't know what they're thinking.
So this is the one thing that I'm just fascinated by. Nancy and Mark and Ashley, I know all of you, as I was, were deeply involved in various ways in the O.J. Simpson trial. And it gripped the nation. Everybody watched it. But it was contained. There was linear television, and that was it. 2025, where the jury is not going to be sequestered, and you have social media, where even if you don't intentionally look, which I think is irresistible for most people to look if they're part of a case, you open up your Facebook page and boom, there's an article on Diddy in your feed. And what you going to do? You're going to read it or not? It just seems to me impossible that this jury is not going to be influenced by media. I don't see how they do it in an 8+ week trial. I don't see it. Nancy?
I think it can be done. I think it will be done. Look, this issue is as old as jury trials. Yes, we have social media now. Before that, there was TV, which was our Facebook or our, all access to social media. Before that, it was the paper. Before that, they were talking to their family when they would have family visits. I can tell you this much, and I speak from experience. Juries are angry when they have to be sequestered. If somebody told me that I could not have dinner with my twins for 4 weeks, I would be furious. I'd be mad as a hornet. You don't want that in your jury box. At some point, you have to trust the jurors. You have to believe them, and you have to put them under oath and make them promise not to look. Will they look? I don't know, but this is the best we can do. And believe me, the defense is going to be planning plenty of bombshells in the media.
I've told this story before, that one of my favorite juror lines is when the juror raised his hand, and he probably was in his 70s, and said, "Your Honor, is this jury going to be sequestered?" And the judge said, "No, no, no. You'll be able to go home each night." And he says, "Oh, dang, I was hoping we would have been sequestered." So it depends on your perspective.
Nancy is 100% right about jurors getting angry, and the best example of that is the O.J. jurors who came back from under 4 hours after a 9-month trial, and their bags were packed.
That's not why. That's not why they did it. That's not why they did it. They didn't do it because of that.
Bags were packed. Brought them to court. I get it that they got a fast verdict for some other reasons as well, but they brought their packed bags to court. They wanted out of there. It's terrible to do that.
Do you know why? Because they had probably already talked about it, even though they're not supposed to.
They broke those rules.
They knew what they were going to do. How can you expect a jury to isolate and not look at social media? I mean, this is part of our being. Everybody has phones. I'm sorry. When I hear the jury's going to do the right thing, no, they're not. No, they're not.
I'm not buying it. Harvey, I'm not buying it either. And with full respect, and literally, you guys are all the titans of industry here. It's why I get to do what I do in this medium, both as an attorney and as a journalist. So I thank you all. Here's the thing. To your point, Nancy, of the legacy of it all, you're absolutely right. Before social media was TV and then print news. The difference was you didn't have the newspaper in your pocket all day long, 24 hours every day. You didn't have a telephone in your pocket 24 hours every day. I believe it is so, as somebody who kind of really grew up in this social media, Instagram culture, it is tethered. It's in the veins. I don't even think it's conscionable that these jurors, despite the generational, and I'm sure it's going to be multi-generational, which is great, I don't think it is conceivable that they will be able to avoid it, whether it's knowingly or unknowingly. It's going to seep in, and I think it's going to seep in really heavy. I really do.
Yeah, I think we need to change the process, Harvey.
So what's your choice then? You can sequester or not sequester. Those are the only two choices. Or we can just go ahead and sentence him right now.
Here's a dude who has a very clear opinion.
The judge is not going to sequester the jury in a P. Diddy trial. I'm telling you right now, folks, this will be the biggest mistake in trial history.
They're going to lose jurors like flies. In the Charles Manson case, the jury, which
Are
was...
you listening to that guy? Are
Yeah.
you actually taking him as legal president?
Well, look at Mark Garagos.
Here's
Does
the
he look
deal.
like a
Garagos, you can
respectable lawyer? Look at him
sequester
right
or
now.
not sequester. Those are the only two choices. And you guys sitting around saying, oh, they're going to look at their cell phones. What's the choice? You want to sequester them? That's the choice you've
Nancy,
got.
okay, hold on. In the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial, everybody looked at TikTok. It wasn't informational. It was all opinion-based. Everybody was giving an opinion, not facts. And if people are looking at TikTok...
Televised. That trial was televised.
It makes it worse. It makes it worse when it's not. Because then the messenger is telling the truth. Right?
It's worse when it's not televised because then the opinions are all wound up without fact.
No, I'm saying that
is
when
defense
it's
asking
not
for
televised,
sequestration? That's my question.
Well,
I don't believe that. I don't believe they have. What I'm saying is, it's federal court.
Well, then there you go.
Hold on. I think your premises are.
Just because you want it, Levin, doesn't mean the judge is listening.
Brian, come back in. My understanding of the jury pool was a lot of them seemed to want to get on the jury, that they wanted to be in on this case. They, oh yeah, I can be objective even if I had an opinion. They seem to want to be there, and if they want to be there and they're in for a penny, they're in for a pound.
Well, there was one guy who was disqualified because he actually talked about TMZ. And he says his wife is on the app all day long and that there was really no way he could avoid it. But he said, Your Honor, I think I could be fair and impartial. And when he left the room, Agnifilo said, I don't think so. So
they want to be on the jury. So if they want to be on the jury and it's 8 or 9 weeks, Nancy, O.J. Simpson was 9 months. I get it. A lot of people don't want to do it. But if you don't do it, I mean, this jury is going to be poisoned with opinions, and it's worse because it's not televised.
Okay,
because the person's.
Levin, let me jog your memory to when you were a lawyer. Okay, remember that?
I'm still a lawyer.
Time warp. If the
By the way,
defense
Harvey,
isn't
in
asking for
Harvey's
sequestration, and the state is not asking for sequestration, there's not going to be sequestration. End of issue. If the defense wants it that bad, ask for it.
Okay, so let me take you back to a time that you probably weren't even born. During the Charles Manson case, the jury was sequestered. They were walking into the criminal courthouse, and there was a newsstand there. And the headline of the LA Times was, and I remember this, I was not a lawyer, I was in college. It said, Manson guilty, Nixon declares. The jury looked at that window and saw it. The judge almost declared a mistrial just for that. This will be 1,000-fold more poisonous than what the Manson jury saw. There is no way.
Harvey, please give the jury a little credit. What about that parade of witnesses on the stand and the dead bodies? All those photos. Remember those in the Manson trial? That's why there was a guilty verdict. And that's why there's going to be a guilty verdict in this case. Because the witnesses, the videos, all of that evidence, is a mountain of evidence, is going to convict Sean Combs, a.k.a. Puffy, a.k.a. Puff, a.k.a. Puff Daddy, Diddy, Love, you name it. Sorry, Garagos, he's going down. I don't care what you've told your
I think we're in a new era.
He's going to be convicted.
You know, the interesting thing about Nancy is you would think that she was part of the prosecution team because apparently she's seen all the evidence, she's seen all the videos, and she already knows that it's a foregone conclusion. I would just counsel, why don't you presume innocence, which is what the judge in every trial in America tells the jurors that they're supposed to do. You could presume innocence all the way through the trial, which is what they promised to do. You can't even presume innocence all the way through the 45 minutes.
Maybe it will all turn out differently than what's alleged in that indictment. You may be right, Garagos, but from what I've seen so far, yeah, just like all those guys that Levin was showing on TikTok, yeah, he's going down.
You know, guys, it's fine to have the
You're all here to play a game.
I don't have a developed sense of
While they are paying bills over on TMZ, we are also checking in. Thank you, everybody new to the tea sippers. We are the sippers over here, okay? We sip all the teas. I'm Tanisha and I talks teas, okay? I want everybody that comes in and fills up their cup to please like and subscribe. It's your little way of just telling me the tea is good. Thank you. They are still paying bills. Okay, over on the TMZ, United States versus Diddy. Today was his first day of his trial. Okay, the first official day kicks off today. And lots of little things have happened. Okay, we've already had the witness testify and all that good stuff, y'all. Drop y'all's tea in the chat. What do y'all think? Uh, it's going to be Diddy's fate. Just so much tea to sip, y'all. Just so much tea to sip. And we're back up.
And they say they're going to wheel him in a wheelchair
Hold on,
with a neck
Ashley.
brace.
Ashley.
Yeah, what I think is really critical in this day and age, and I think Ebony, hit the nail on the head. She said she grew up in the Instagram era, and now everyone is in it, whether you grew up in it or not. And the truth is, it's the real world now, and it is a whole different world. And all court needs to get more progressive in dealing with the realities of, it doesn't matter if you sequester someone or not. This stuff is going to always be out there at this point. And the problem is, you and I, all of us, we get it. We know how important it is not to look at something, not to assume that something on Instagram is fact. It's just a moron who has a microphone. But the problem is they don't. People who watch Instagram cite it as fact. You know it because you've seen it now for years and years. And so the court needs to accommodate for this. I don't know what the answer is, but I think the answer needs to be probed, and we need to start accommodating for who these jurors are and what they see and whether they can be disabused of it when they come back into the courtroom every day.
How do you disabuse? I don't get it. If you're looking at TikTok and people are not presenting information, they're advocates on all sides. They're advocates. That's what TikTok is. That's what Instagram is. So how do you disabuse when people are drawing conclusions at the end of each day after they've heard testimony? I think it's impossible.
Well, so here's the thing that I think we all remember from our earliest iterations of learning legal practice, and that is that the law is always playing catch up to whatever technology is advancing at the time. And unfortunately for this particular moment, it's beyond the pale, right? Because we're talking about social media and Instagram, and that's one thing. TikTok, one thing. Idiots with microphones, that's one thing. Ashley, you're absolutely right. The AI of it all, which we haven't even gotten to, right? The fact that people can now configure completely fictitious things that look very real by way of video, by way of voiceovers. I mean, it is downright scary as to just how far this technology can go and be very compelling and very convincing, and how to get in front of it. That is way beyond my pay grade.
Well, and I'm gonna, Harvey gets mad when I say this, but the current law, and to Ebony's point, is 50 to 60 years behind the times. It was designed to protect a defendant's right to a fair trial. It's been turned on its head. In that particular district, the Sarah Palin case was reversed because the circuit found that people got breaking news alerts while they were deliberating. That's a real problem. And at some point, the U.S. Supreme Court is going to have to decide what's more important, the First or the Sixth Amendment.
Supreme Court said, well, I mean, I think the First Amendment. I mean, they call it a preferred position.
I don't know. I think at a certain point,
I think a defendant's rights really important.
Yep, I think so too. I think you're going to find that when they grapple with it, they say no. The six at certain points takes precedence.
Okay, we're out of time. Can we at least all agree on one thing? If Geragos does show up in court next week, press your suit.
Please, no medical outfit.
Yeah, really.
No, I want him to wear the scrubs he's wearing right now.
Okay, guys.
Why?
We love you. You know why.
Thank you, Nancy Kerrigan. We will see you guys next week. Thanks a lot. As we end the week and everybody gets ready for opening statements on Monday and then testimony, notably Cassie Ventura's testimony, we are going to talk about what happened, what is going to happen, and some inside information that we got about the case.
All right, so we just paid some homage to TMZ United States versus Diddy. Okay, let's see if TMZ has anything else.
The disconnect between the public perception and the publicly filed indictment may be one of the largest chasms I've ever seen in the last 40 years.
So we're doing all Diddy stuff. I've already covered. Diddy trial stuff. I've already covered the downfall of Diddy. So you guys can go back on my page.
That will negate any
if it's not on YouTube, then it's on Facebook. Okay.
If all the
Let's
prosecution
continue to sip
can
tea
offer by way
from
of
Diddy.
proof and argument when they put this thing up for trial.
Diddy trial updates. Former security officer gives tense testimony about 2016 Cassie assault. Lawyers on both sides of Sean Diddy Combs. Sweeping federal sex crimes trial delivered their opening statements on May 12th today, and jurors heard from the first witnesses in the case who testified about violent incidents stretching over the years. Prosecutors allege Combs lured women into romantic relationships, forced them to take part in days of drug-fueled sex parties, and then blackmailed them with videos he recorded of the encounters. Start the day smarter. Combs viciously attacked women when they resisted taking part in the parties, known as the freak-offs, or otherwise upset him. Prosecutor Emily Johnson said during her opening statement in Manhattan Federal Court, they will tell you about some of the most painful experiences in their lives. The days they spent in hotel rooms, high on drugs, dressed in costumes to perform the defendant's sexual fantasies, Johnson said. Later, the Bad Boy Records founder's defense lawyer, Tony Garagos, that's the guy that we just saw on TMZ, countered that prosecutors, one second. So later, the Bad Boy Records founder's defense lawyer, Tony Gregoros, countered that prosecutors were trying to twist Combs' romantic relationships into a racketeering and sex trafficking case, okay? So they're saying that, of course, whatever went on with Cassie, that's what that was, and it wasn't sex trafficking or racketeering. He's a complicated man, but this is not a complicated case. The case is about voluntary choices made by capable adults in consensual relationships, says Geragos. He told the jurors. Combs faces sex trafficking, racketeering, and transportation to engage in prostitution charges. He has pled not guilty. One factor remained constant during the jury selection process. Potential jurors told the court over and over again that they seen the much talked about video that allegedly shows Combs beating, kicking, and dragging his ex, Cassie Ventura, fine. After opening statements to 12 jurors and 6 alternates heard from the prosecution's first witness, Israel Flores, a former security guard who testified he received a call for help after the incident in 2016. They later heard from Daniel Phillip, a man who said he saw Combs physically abuse Ventura Fine and who told the court he was paid to have sex with her. Whoa. Daniel Phillips said a man who said he saw Combs physically abuse Ventura Fine, and he also told the court that he was paid to have sex with her. Girl, stop it. And I believe that's going to wrap up our day. Well, let's read this. Second witness tells court he saw Combs grab Ventura Fine by the hair, dragging and slapping her. Daniel Phillip, a stripper, took the stand second and testified he had sex with Ventura. Whoa, Fine for money multiple times in 2012, 2013. While Combs watched and masturbated. The prosecution's second witness recounted an episode in a New York City hotel where Combs threw a liquor bottle in Ventura's direction, grabbed her by the hair, and dragged her screaming into another room where he heard Combs shouting and slapping Ventura around. Phillips said Ventura was distraught after Combs left the hotel room. She literally jumped into my lap as she was shaking. Like literally, her whole entire body was shaking. She was terrified, he testified. Defense presses the first witness intense cross-examination. During cross-examination, Combs' defense attorneys questioned why Flores did not mention the fact that Cassie had a purple eye in his hotel incident report, nor Combs telling her, "You're not leaving." He filled out the report in his capacity as a now former security guard at the Los Angeles hotel, where video captured the music mogul appearing to beat then girlfriend Ventura Fine. The opposite is in your report, the defense said, citing the report as saying that Miss CC was told to leave by Mr. Combs, and she did just that. The defense also questioned why other details Flores testified about, such as seeing a man sitting on the bed in Combs' room, were not in the incident report, and asked repeatedly how and why he remembers this information now. Flores said some of these details seemed unimportant to include in the report. After the defense asked why law enforcement was not called, Flores said that Cassie told him not to do it. If she refused, that's where it ends, he said. We offered and they said no. Hotel security officer details 2016 Cassie assault. During court testimony, Flores detailed Combs' alleged 2016 assault on Ventura Fine at a LA hotel, which resurfaced in the leaked footage in the incident on May 24, 2024. Flores, who worked as an assistant director at the now closed Intercontinental Hotel, said he received a call in the morning of March 5th, 2016 about a woman in distress. He also said he saw security camera footage of a man later identified as Combs pacing back and forth in the hallway. The prosecution played the hotel security footage multiple times, first in full and then slowed down and broken into multiple parts, including Combs stalking the hallway, Cassie trying to put on shoes, and Combs striking her back, kicking her repeatedly, and dragging her back into the room. When Flores arrived at the hotel's 6th floor, the security officer alleged he saw Combs wearing a towel and socks while Ventura Fine, Cassie, who was clad in a sweatshirt, was huddled in the corner hiding her face. The remnants of a shattered flower vase lay on the floor. He added, regarding the pair's demeanor, Flores said Ventura Fine, Cassie looked scared and that Combs gave him a devilish stare upon his arrival. Flores testified that Ventura Fine, Cassie, just wanted to gather her belongings, a phone and a bag, and leave. Combs then allegedly attempted to stop Cassie's departure, telling her, "You're not going to leave." Flores said he escorted Combs back to his room and told him the damages from the incident would be charged to his room, after which Combs allegedly offered him a stack of money in exchange for staying silent about the altercation. Flores testified he declined the offer. Okay. Of Ventura Fine's injuries, Flores noted that the woman had a purple eye as she walked to the valet area of the hotel. When the security officer offered to call law enforcement, Flores said Ventura Fine Cassie told him she just wanted to leave. Afterward, he said Cassie met with a 7-foot-tall driver who asked her to come with him. So, okay, that was the first witness testimony of the security guard at the Intercontinental Hotel, once was, no longer there, where the incident took place of him beating Cassie, okay? So, apparently Cassie's husband was spotted at the Diddy trial. Alex Fine was spotted at the courthouse during the first day of the opening arguments. Fine, who wed Ventura Fine in 2019, so that would be, what, 2 years? When did she leave Diddy? In 2017? So 2 years after they share 2 children with the singer, and with the third on the way. He is presumably there to support Cassie, his wife, of course, who will serve as one of the prosecution's key witnesses, recounting a decade of alleged physical and sexual abuse at the hands of her ex-partner, Combs. So this would be Cassie's husband here. Okay. That's her husband there. Okay. Jury sees the violent 2016 video. So, as the guy from Law and Crime was saying that, you know, if they showed the video of him beating Cassie before she testifies, that's already going to paint a picture in their head of who and what happened, right? So they did show the video today. Jurors in Combs' sex trafficking trial viewed a 2016 video in which the hip-hop mogul assaults his then girlfriend, Cassie, throws her to the ground in the hallway of an LA hotel and kicks her as she tries to enter into an elevator. Prosecutors introduced the video on the first day of evidence in the high-profile trial. Combs, wearing only a towel, is then seen grabbing Ventura Fine's belongings and dragging her into the hallway. He leaves Ventura Fine behind. She lies motionless on the ground for a moment before getting up and walking to a hotel phone mounted on the wall. Combs returned to the scene shortly thereafter and appears to grab at the phone. He then sits in a chair opposite Ventura Fine and throws the vase in her direction, shattering it. Combs apologized after the video first aired on the CNN last year. Prosecutors then called their first witness into trial, okay? As prosecutors lay out their accusations against Combs, they called their first witness in Israel Flores, the security guard, okay? So we read all of that. Flores has been called to introduce video footage prosecutors plan to show of the violent altercation, okay? Defense seeks to shape jurors' view of the violent Cassie video. Prosecutors plan to display a video that appears to show Combs violently assaulting his ex-girlfriend, Cassie, in a hotel hallway. They say the video took place during one of Combs' freak-offs and is evidence that he was trafficking her for sex. Told you. Geragos addressed the video in his opening statement, calling the video horrible, dehumanizing, and terrible. She said it shows domestic violence, but she told jurors the fight was about a phone Combs was trying to get from Cassie, not about forcing her into sex. It takes all of that to take a phone from somebody? I don't think so. Prosecutors said Combs kept women under his power and trafficked them using force, fraud, and coercion. But Geragos painted a picture in which Ventura Fine was entirely free. For Cassie, she made a choice. Every single day for years, Geragos said, Ventura Fine was choosing to stay with Combs until one day she just chose up and leave him. Prosecutors have said Combs used videos of women in sex acts as a form of collateral, though, to control them. But Geragos said that the freak-off videos involving Ventura Cassie that will feature in the trial came from her own phone. The lawyer suggested that the evidence that was evidence the power dynamics between them ran in the opposite direction. I mean, he could have used her phone, you know what I'm saying, to make it look like, you know, yeah, you're going to be a part of this. Like when criminals, you know, say you rob a bank or say you kill somebody in front of somebody and they're like, oh, now you shoot them too. You know what I'm saying? To make you also be incriminated in the matter because now you've also done the deed and the act that the person is doing. So. Defense questions motive of ex-employees. Accusers set to testify against Diddy. Girl, it's going to be a long summer. This is going to be a long summer, 2 months. So defense questioned the motives of Combs' former employees and accusers set to testify in his trial. In reference to Mia, a former personal assistant of Combs, and other former employees expected to testify against Geragos, asked in her opening statement, why are they making this allegation now? Other employees, Geragos said, will allege a hostile work environment, but she questioned why they didn't call the police at the time. Please, like, we know who Diddy is. Like, please stop acting like Diddy may or may not have had, you know, law enforcement on his side. Like, stop it, y'all. So I want to thank all 17 of you guys for listening in. Please, please, please like and subscribe. Okay, so let's keep reading this tea on the first day of Diddy's trial. So, in reference to Combs allegedly paying a security guard at the where were we? Okay. Geragos went on to claim that accusers wanted money rather than go to the law enforcement. She said Ventura Fine went to a civil lawyer for a money grab. Ventura Fine is Cassie, okay? Cassie Ventura Fine. Fine is her husband's last name, so that's where they're adding that on. In reference to Combs allegedly paying a security guard at the Intercontinental Hotel, so the video of him appearing to beat Ventura Fine would go away. Geragos said Combs was not trying to obstruct justice, but protect both him and Ventura Fine from bad publicity. This girl probably got a broken rib, and he talking about some publicity. I'm pretty sure she needed to be seen at the hospital. I'm pretty sure. Geragos added that drugs for both Combs and the women were for personal use and that the use of escort companies is common. She ended by saying, you are not here to judge or impose your moral beliefs on Combs. He had a bit of a different sex life. Ooh-wee, yeah. Geragos told jurors that the defense doesn't plan to deny Combs' personal responsibility for committing domestic violence, but said that they also expect others to take personal responsibility. She said domestic violence is illegal, but it's not what Combs is being charged with in this case. Domestic violence is not sex trafficking. I want to say it again, she says. Domestic violence is not sex trafficking, Geragos said. Combs was physical and a drug user, Geragos said, and he had a bit of a different sex life. However, Geragos also characterized Combs' alleged victims as people who need to take responsibility for their own actions. You will see that they are capable. You will see that they are strong, Geragos said. Combs' attorney paints accusers as jealous exes. In her opening statement, Geragos told jurors that they will see Cassie Ventura, Fine, and Jane Doe's jealousy on full display in the trial. Geragos argued that Ventura Fine was jealous when she realized that she would never be Combs' wife, while Jane Doe was jealous that the rapper did not want to be exclusive in their relationship and had other sexual partners. Ooh, babe. Regret does not mean coerce, the attorney said, adding that every woman in the case had free choice. All right now. First day, we out the gate. Referring to an incident where Combs allegedly went to Jane Doe's home and beat her. Geragos told the court the altercation started when Doe slammed his head on her kitchen counter. Ooh, she is strong. Geragos also accused Doe of being overcome by jealousy that night. Girl, okay, so they're saying that one of the Jane Does slammed Diddy's head on the kitchen counter. Now, all you girls out there, even you manly, you masculine girls, have y'all ever slammed a man's head down on something? It takes some force to do that to a man. And Diddy's not a little dude. Diddy ain't no midget. He ain't no little bitty, little nothing. Diddy's a pretty statuesque guy. He about 6'2". He ain't no like, you know what I'm saying, little scrawny. He ain't Snoop Dogg scrawny. Not saying that Snoop Dogg is weak, but I'm saying Diddy is a math, you know, like a statuesque looking guy with some meat on his bones. She slammed Diddy's head on the kitchen counter, and that's when he beat her up. Girl, I want to see some evidence. Where the evidence at? Prosecution says Combs punched and kicked Jane Doe less than a year ago. Johnson also told jurors about Jane Doe, who was a single mom when she met Combs in 2020. A few months after they met, Combs allegedly introduced Jane to his freak-offs. She thought it was a one-off wild night, but loved him desperately and wanted a real relationship with him. So I'm confused right here, Cass. If she thought it was a one-off wild night, why you in love so desperately and really wanted a real relationship? If you only wanted one, I don't understand that. Like anybody that's ever had a one-night stand, a fling, they're not usually desperately in love and wanting a real long-term relationship. It may happen like that, but initially, if you only wanted a one-night stand, that's usually what the feelings are. Anyway, Johnson said Jane Doe. Okay, Johnson said Jane Doe says Combs paid her rent for a house where she lived with her kids, and also she tried to resist the freak-offs. The rapper would threaten to no longer financially support her. Well, okay, you done took a house from Diddy. He paid all your bills, and you did it with your kids. What do you think that Diddy, you know what I'm saying, is going to expect for you to be doing? Everything that he requires of you while he's paying your rent for you and your children. If it's a freak off, why are you trying to act brand new to it after you had already alluded to it to get the house for you and your kids? Like, the defense is gonna eat them up with this little, this is nothing. Like, what is this? This ain't no sex trafficking. What you talking about? You are accepting real-time gifts from Diddy that are substantial to your survival. Not like a ring or a car. A house? You took a whole house from Diddy and he sex trafficked you. How? Diddy is coming out of the jail, and I'm not going to have to be under the bed. I mean, if Diddy's guilty, of course, I want the justice system to prevail. But this is crazy. Johnson said Combs came to Jane Doe's house less than a year ago, and they had an argument where he placed her in a chokehold, lifted her by the neck, and kicked her to the ground. Damn. How strong is these people? She's slamming Diddy's head on the counter. And then he is putting her in chokeholds, lifting her by her neck and kicking her to, that's some goddamn Street Fighter shit there. Diddy pulling goddamn Tekken moves. That's a Tekken move. Another Tekken video game. Girl, hold on, let me take a sip of this. I am parched. Hold on. He kicked her to the ground. He then allegedly continued to punch, kick, drag her by the hair, and slap her face before making her cover her black eye and have SCX with an escort. Girl. Lord Jesus. Y'all doing a lot for Negroes to buy y'all houses and, you know what I'm saying, be out in the limelight. Y'all going through a lot. That's a lot. First okay. All in the same moment, right? You get in an argument. You get put in a chokehold. You get lifted up by your neck, kicked to the ground, punch, kick, drugged by your hair, and slapped in your face. Then you go cover up the black eye and have sex with an escort all in the same moment. That's a lot. Like, girl, y'all give it a great, like, you know what I'm saying, cover for a sex trafficking situation, but him buying you a house and you live it with your kids shit, That's not being sex trafficked, baby. Okay, that's some shit you took from a motherfucker that could financially provide for you. You took it under whatever the cost was, apparently. Moving on. Prosecutors say Ventura find forced into freak-offs control her career. Johnson described one instance in 2009 where Combs allegedly threw Ventura on the floor of an SUV and stomped repeatedly on her face. Ooh, y'all going through a lot. Y'all going through a lot. She will testify about another instance when she said Combs allegedly forced another escort to urinate in her mouth. Did y'all just hear what the tea was? Did y'all just sip this tea? Sip this. Johnson, who is somebody that was involved in the freak-offs, right? Described one instance when Combs allegedly threw Cassie on the floor of an SUV, stomped on her face repeatedly. She will testify about another instance when she said Combs allegedly tried to force another escort to urinate in her mouth. Y'all are doing the fucking most. Like, if that's your tea, bitch, sip your tea, but if this is all under duress and y'all are, you know what I'm saying, just being forced, girl, jump out of a window. What is y'all sitting around waiting on? Death? Y'all sitting around waiting on a nigga key? Because that's what's going to happen. Y'all better stop sitting around because it's a house, because it's a car, because it's a mink coat, because it's a bracelet, because it's clicks and views, because it's in the limelight on a red carpet, and get out there and live a real life before you be dead and have no other, chance at life. Y'all out here stupid. Ventura Fine entered the first freak-off reluctantly, but she loved Combs and wanted to make him happy. Johnson continued. The prosecutor said the defendant beat her viciously, whether she was taking too long in the bathroom. Y'all getting beat up for taking too long in restrooms, or missed his phone call, or left a freak off early. Fuck your kids. You got to keep doing what you're doing at the freak off. But tell your mama to pick them kids up. You better not act like you want to get up off of this. Y'all are dealing with this. I can't with y'all. I'm done with y'all. And then y'all be wondering why it be hard for us to defend you. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, other women want to ban for you. We women, of course we do. But when it's the level of this, like, what is y'all doing? Why are y'all doing that? Y'all getting y'all teeth kicked out of y'all mouth for being in the bathroom taking a pee too long while y'all doing a freak off. I'm done with you. Combs would threaten to release videos of her with dozens and dozens of male escorts, Johnson said. He had the power to ruin her life. Ventura was 19 when she first met Combs, who was 17 years older than her. Y'all 19 getting slutted out like that. 19 years old. 19 years old. And look at it like, and I feel sorry for Cassie. Do not get me wrong. I'm not victim shaming. I feel sorry for her. I do. Okay. Cassie went with Diddy. Diddy pursued Cassie and she went. Cassie had a boyfriend when she met Diddy. Diddy told her he would give her a 10 record deal or some shit like that. And she got up from Lil Buddy and got on Big Daddy Diddy. And became his girlfriend. Like, okay, I'm weeping for her that he did her like this. But like his lawyers are saying, you had a choice. Diddy. Cassie has more, what do you call it, y'all? Reach than most women do. Cassie was already a musician that was popping. You see what I'm saying? I don't really know. She had the one little cute song. I liked it. You know, but she had more reach in life than most girls, right? Like, where was her family? Where was somebody that cared for this baby? Where? This is insane. Prosecutors have said she promised see her a 10-album deal, and although she recorded music constantly, he always had a final say on which music she was able to release. Well, I mean, if you sign a deal with the devil when you could have took a little longer of a way, you know, it may not have been exactly a 10-album deal with Diddy, but you know what I'm saying? You could have been independent. Maybe we would have heard your music if you would have been independent, or you know what I'm saying, somebody with a less of a reach, a management company as Diddy. But was it doing you like Diddy? You probably would have been top right now. Like you could have maybe potentially have been a top recording musician right now. You don't know. You don't fucking know. But you decided to strike a deal with the devil and you got burned, is what it sounded like to us. Her livelihood and safety depended on keeping the defendant happy. Oh, Johnson said. The prosecution said Combs and Cass out of blew Diddy's brains out the back of his skull. I ain't even gonna hold you. But not for nothing, like, girl, gone. That level of abuse, what other alternative do you have? But anyway, the prosecution said Combs and Cassie were unfaithful and jealous, but only one had power. Prosecutors preview degree of alleged violence. As the government began laying out their argument, Johnson painted Combs as a public icon and a private monster. Describing one violent episode, Johnson said Combs broke into the house of a man who was seeing that would be Kid Cudi, with a gun and a bodyguard with intent to kill. While no one was home, Combs later found Ventura fine and beat her brutally, flinging her around like a rag doll, she argued, because she tried to leave Diddy. And she got as far as King Cudi's house. And allegedly, Kid Cudi was also a person that engaged in freak-offs with Diddy and Cassie. That's how she ended up getting involved with Kid Cudi, with his freaky dicky ass, right? That's how she got finagled up with Kid Cudi. Diddy searched out Kid Cudi and brought him into the freak-offs. So Cassie thought, oh, he must have hit a nerve in that coochie and made her think that he was somebody that, you know what I'm saying, she could maybe double back around to in the event Diddy put his foot off in her ass too far one time. And so she started up a little secret relationship with Kid Cudi and almost got both of them killed. I'm not blaming her. I'm just saying what happened. Okay. Referencing the alleged freak-offs, Johnson said Combs forced Ventura Fine to have sex on camera with male escorts and kept the tapes as blackmail. The videos, Johnson said, are for Ventura Fine, Cassie, souvenirs of the most humiliating nights of her life. I hope they have them. This would be Diddy's family walking into the courthouse. That would be Diddy's family here. Okay. So, excuse me, hold on. Excuse me. Jury prepares to hear at length about the freak-offs. Prosecutors told jurors to expect to see videos of Combs' alleged freak-offs. Highly coordinated, sometimes days-long sexual. Woo, y'all in for a ride this summer. Girl, the goddamn jury chair is going to be soaking wet by the time they get up from there. Watching all that orange. They'll be watching all that orange this summer down to the courthouse. Courthouse going to be leaking wet. You're going to be able to swim in the courtroom that Diddy and them in. Like what? Hour, days long sexual performances. Now, I don't give a fuck who you are as a grown person. You cannot resist, you know what I'm saying, the pleasures of the flesh. Okay, so don't act like I don't care about the grandma sitting in there or the goddamn deli maker, sandwich maker in there. Asses is gonna be wet in there. It's gonna be real moist situations down to the courthouse this summer. God damn it, watching all that sex. Not for nothing. So the freakouts, which officials have said were fueled by illicit substances and featured male escorts, were used in part to blackmail his ex-girlfriend, Cassie. Combs used lies, drug threats, and violence to force the accusers to have sex in front of male escorts. Johnson told the court. She said the incidents often lasted multiple days and with multiple escorts, and sometimes forced them to travel out of the state. That's what they're trying to get him on the prostitution, trafficking, prostitution and things. She repeatedly said Combs directed everything and frequently had staff on hand to replenish lubricant, linens, and drugs for the women and himself. Just oh, Jesus, Lord have mercy. A Sodom and Gomorrah situation down to Diddy's house. Just nastiness, just lubricants. And I remember sipping tea with y'all on a live from TMZ talking about it. It was somebody up there talking about, somebody from the hotel talking about, or somebody that worked for Diddy also talking about how nasty it would be. Girl, they just have bloody towels and bloody linens soaked in urine and feces and excrements and girl. And he has to go in there and clean it up. As well as cash for the escorts. He fed them drugs such as MDMA so they could stay awake and perform for him for hours and days on end. Johnson said she also told the court he often masturbated throughout the freakouts. Girl, yeah, I mean, hell, Diddy, he can't just perform like he used to when he was in his 20s. Yeah, you gotta sit down and do something different with his sorry draws. Girl, okay, let me stay on topic. Ventura Font is one of two accusers who formed the government, key witnesses, and are expected to describe the freakouts in details. This is long. As opening arguments kick off, Cassie video takes center stage. As opening statements kick off, a 2016 video released by CNN appeared to show, okay, we read all of that, took center stage, the hotel video. Prosecutors revealed they plan to show footage of the altercation, though not the video released by CNN. But rather their own compilation of clips in a recording made by a hotel. What? See, I had sipped that tea. Somebody was standing around recording him beat Cassie's ass like that. Who? A hotel employee, but it's like, what the fuck? Y'all know y'all wrong. But anyway, lawyers for the government told the jury that Cassie knew that Combs' inner circle worked hard to conceal the video, paying one security guard $100,000 cash in a brown paper bag in exchange for their cooperation. I mean, I can't put a price tag on somebody's life. But yeah, he did and took $100,000. So Diddy's cultural icon, private villain, prosecutors say. Johnson said in her opening statement that Combs ran a 2-decade criminal conspiracy with the help of the inner circle of bodyguards and high-ranking employees. So that would be where the racketeering and conspiracies may try to come into effect at, right? What do you guys think will be the racketeering and conspiracy charges of like racketeering and conspiring what? Is it ass? Is it people? Drugs? We'll have to see. To the public, he was Puffy, Puff Daddy or Diddy. A cultural icon, a businessman, a larger than life. But there was another side of him, a side that ran a criminal enterprise. During this trial, you're going to hear about 20 years of the defendant's crimes, Johnson said. Girl, it's gonna get so good. It's gonna get like that. She hit back At the defense's team expected argument that the accusations against Combs are government intrusion into the private and consenting sexual life of an adult. Hey, no, let daddy get that food out the microwave. Thank you. Okay, this case is not about a celebrity's private sexual preferences, he told the jury, arguing it was instead about coercive and criminal behavior. Dun, 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 dun. For 20 years, the defendant, with the help of his inner circle, committed crime after crime, she argued. As Combs' fortune and fame grew, he expected to be treated like a king, Johnson said, and got everything he wanted, whether it was more drugs to fuel a freak off or women who would be immediately available to him. Previewing, and I'm gonna sip some tea. I'm gonna spill some tea rather. Okay, I do believe that there is jealousy here. Somebody living a billionaire lifestyle, lots of people envy that life. Lots of people. While most of us are, oh my God, like if I lose my job, I'll lose my house. Diddy got resources and reach in life to where, you know, he's not living like that. He's living by the seat of his drawers. Okay. If he even wearing any, doing anything and everything that he wants available to him in life, which is anything and everything. So yeah, people are jealous of that. A lot of people are envious of the lifestyles of millionaires. Okay. So previewing an exceptionally violent trial, she argued that Combs kidnapped an employee multiple times, set a man's car on fire, Kid Cudi. He kidnapped an employee multiple times. Lord have mercy. Who was that, Biggie? Who he kidnapped, y'all? Mary J, was it? Goddamn Stevie J. Little Kim's ass. Who he kidnapped? He set a man's car on fire and dangled a woman over a balcony. Now, was it a woman or a man? I heard he dangled Wale over a balcony. I don't know about no woman. I heard it was Wale. I used to really like Wale's music. Anywho, because he thought Wale was looking at Cassie a little too hard, and he picked him up and tried to drop him over a balcony. Moving on. Cam's defense lawyer are expected to argue that the sexual activity described by prosecutors was consensual and say there was nothing illegal about a swinger's lifestyle in which Combs and his girlfriends occasionally brought a third person into their relationship. There were no third, about 4, 5 people, 10, 20 people in there. Stop lying. It's like a little zoo in there. We know what you had going on. It smelled like the goddamn monkeys at the zoo in there. Probably about 20, 30 niggas in there butt naked in there. We brought a woman in and shut up. Men, women, and supposedly Usher and them was in there. Usher and Bieber. Combs' children turned out to support him as trial begins. Members of Combs' family turned out to court for the stay of his sex crimes trial. The embattled music mogul's mother, Janice Combs, and girl, we hear she a funky one, was spotted arriving at the courthouse on May 12th, as were his children, Quincy Brown. Quincy Brown is not his son, but we're going to keep on reading. Justin Combs, Christian Combs, Chance Combs, Delilah Combs, and Jesse Combs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I believe 5 of these kids belong to Kim Porter. Justin and Christian Combs, I believe, do. Delilah and Jesse are the twin girls, right? I don't know who Chance is, but I think that they're all Kim Porter's kids. And look at Miss Kim Porter dead in the ground. And that's allegedly surrounding Diddy's ass. Girl, go. Combs' children have continued to stand by their father as he faced allegations of sexual abuse. They said in a statement released last year, "We stand united, supporting you every step of the way," his children say. So what's next? Now that the panel of 12 jurors and 6 alternates are finalized, opening statements by the government and then the defense have started today, y'all. May 12th, y'all. The prosecution will call its first witness. They did today. Over the course of a 2-month trial, jurors are expected to hear testimony from 3 and possibly 4 of the rapper's female accusers, as well as his former employees, who prosecutors say helped arrange and cover up his actions. Diddy's lawyers accuse prosecutors of bias against Black jurors. Okay, we already know all of that, and I'm getting a little paused. And let's listen to this, though. Let's listen to this. That's this shit.
I got the
damn it, didn't nobody ask you to put no ad up there.
Will be full of shocking and salacious. The Sean Diddy Combs trial has begun here at U.S. District Court. The music mogul.
Girl, is it gonna play or what?
Faces charges of sex trafficking.
What they got going on?
Transportation to engage in prostitution, as well as racketeering. The trial will be full of shocking and salacious allegations. Mr. Combs has pleaded not guilty, but how strong is the case against him? Here's what we know now.
Combs' defense has basically been arguing that he's not guilty and saying that these relationships were consensual, that this is essentially a swingers lifestyle, that people went to these parties by their own accord and engaged in this behavior. That will play a lot into the kinds of questions that the potential jurors get over the next few days. They're expected to bring in as many as 150 people. Potential jurors will each be interviewed one by one in the courtroom. It's expected to take about 20 minutes. Expected to be asked about everything from their views on.
Okay, y'all, we passed all of that. So we are wrapping up the first day of Diddy trials. First day of Diddy trials. How do you guys feel? We've sipped all the tea we could possibly sip today. I hope you guys are full. I will be back. If not tomorrow, definitely Wednesday when they get up and rolling, looking to have Cassie Ventura fine on the witness stand to testify about Diddy. Okay, in the meantime, I want all of you guys to be safe and keep sipping your tea and be blessed. I love you guys. Thank you so much. Please remember to like and subscribe. I am almost at 1,000 subscribers. I've only been back up on YouTube for 3.5 weeks. We're going on a month today, y'all, and I'm very, 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 very thankful that I'm getting, the support of all my tea sippers. So thank you, sippers. See you next time. Bye-bye. Thanks for watching. Remember to show your support by liking, subscribing, and sharing. It's a blessing. Keep your teacups filled and ready for my next upload. Until then, stay inspired and remember, always stay sipping.